going. How is everything for you guys?
I am good.
Awesome.
Doesn't happen very often, but I have this urge to actually go out and do things in the world once in a while.
Okay, so can you click on the right corner for a moment?
Because I'm a total introvert, so most of the
Bottom
time
right.
I'm at home.
Click on like the date and time.
Oh,
Star?
we can't hear you.
Yeah, she said her mic's not working.
Oh, try the settings.
In Discord, there should be a section for voice and video. That usually.
You might have to change your mic to your headphones.
Yeah.
No.
There.
Hello?
Yeah. I hear you.
Hello?
Oh, you can hear now? Okay, I had to take out the headphones because the headphones don't have microphones, but apparently the text have a microphone. Okay, so I just took that headphone.
You could change that in settings, but okay.
It wasn't detecting the headphone. Wait, let me try that. Let me put the headphones back on.
Because you gotta get it off the default sometimes.
Mhm.
Okay, let me try that.
Yeah, no, because computer defaults, especially with Windows machines, they like to have the Windows default, and then Discord likes to work as its own thing, and so it has its own default, and so they don't actually synchronize, which is incredibly annoying.
Weird.
Yeah.
I do not know where Jacob is.
I don't know where Star is on her system.
That's settings.
Okay, there she is. There should just be a thing called voice and video on Discord settings.
Yeah, it's where you just were.
Yes. Scroll down a bit. There, and then input device is the microphone. Oh, okay, it has nothing else.
Make sure your stuff is plugged in. Because she just said she unplugged it.
Are your headphones connected to your computer via Bluetooth?
Star, can you even hear us? Okay. Oh. I mean, the laptop mic would probably work just fine if the headphone mic is acting up. Microphone? Okay.
There.
Hola, mi amigo.
Jacob!
Hello.
Ready to get started?
I'm just gonna unplug it, but can you guys hear yourself on my thing?
Nope.
I can't hear myself right now.
No.
So it's
No,
not
we're
like...
good.
Okay.
Jacob,
So headphones don't work. Rest in peace. I don't know why they make it so... it doesn't even make it so I can use the laptop microphone. It's just like, this is it now.
Yeah, that's weird.
Let's get this thing started.
I'm gonna have to ask you to stop.
What do
You're
you mean?
somewhere between a Beach Boy and a Ninja Turtle. I don't know which one you are, but yeah, I don't know if it's working for you.
Beach Boy, Ninja Turtle, and 90s animated bully.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Please stop. It's actually genuinely kind of annoying.
I'm sorry. I was going
Thank
for
you.
like a crusty sort of deal.
Nah, you didn't have the thing going on.
There needed to be a little bit more yuck.
Yep.
No, that's not right.
Nope.
That's the same voice.
Yeah, you're stuck on one. Oh, I almost heard it there.
I think you're getting there.
Yeah. And then he stops.
And then he just...
Do you want me to continue?
I
No.
was waiting for you to perfect it, but no. Alright.
I was like, I felt like I was getting annoying there, so I decided to save your ear holes. But I mean, if you want me to continue.
There was both annoyance, frustration, but also morbid curiosity.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I would just want to see you get there.
Owl bear? Wait, that's the owl bear.
Oh yeah.
You could just pin the link sometime, Andrew.
I thought I did.
The same link works.
It does.
Same exact link every time.
It should.
I just scroll back on the
Maybe-
timeline.
Same exact link, but old links work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh.
be using the dice thing and
Such
the
as
thing because-
Ocarina of Time, Link to the
Oh,
Past.
whoa.
I
The
do
same
not have it
work.
pinned. That is weird. I thought I did.
How do I zoom in? How do I zoom in on the left side? How do
Well,
I
it's
do
now
this then?
pinned.
How about now?
Cool.
How do I
Two
use the-
fingers, move them apart on your trackpad.
Got it, yeah. The icons are so tiny when you're not zoomed in. Okay. Oh, this one says the Underdark. I'm just trying to read this very long name. He's hired by Severu.
There's
Yeah.
some places on our map that are
He's hired by
so-
Severe, failed to collect the unfollows of Ralph. That's the one shot.
Yep.
Oh. Look at the Mari and
Oh, is that
Oh,
what that is?
like the key little
Okay.
thing. Tsubaki's travel, Sagra's travel, and Catch's travel. Wait, I need to zoom out and see it now. Oh wait, I don't see that they have their own.
I don't have the L and
Oh,
the
wait,
S on right now. That's
I really like this map now.
Your
I'm
map
trying
has
to make
come
it as
along.
useful as possible.
It's really come along though. Like
Yeah.
it's the first one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just gotta zoom in a lot. The names are so tiny. This computer.
Mhm.
But it can zoom. That's like getting your thing to zoom without losing anything. That's like half the battle in these things.
Mhm.
I mean, if he wanted to, he can change the text size.
True.
I get that.
But then it just starts overlapping with each other, and it becomes incredibly hard to see what the token is. And yeah, no.
Yeah, true.
It's
Nah, I
Space
got it.
is a thing.
like I was before I found Owlbear Rodeo, there were plugins so that you could basically take the Google Maps API and then just like copy that over to host a server where you could just plug it in over one of your maps, and so you could just do like have pinpoints and do all of that. And I was considering trying to figure out how to do that, and it didn't work for me. So Owlbear happened, and yeah,
Virtual tabletops, aren't they wonderful?
they sure can be.
Mm-hmm. He's probably had enough nightmare experiences at the same time.
I'm not a fan of Roll20. And I really also don't like figuring out port forwarding for Fantasy Grounds.
What is Orith? Unknown location. What is this place?
Oris, another planet.
Oh,
And unknown locations are unknown locations.
got it. Where's the Echo? The Echo's right there. Oh, we have a name for them. They probably always had a name, but I don't remember.
They've
The
had
city.
lots of different names, which is kind of the point, because not everyone refers to them the same way.
I hope you guys aren't hearing the like clicking of the thingy.
No, you
I mean, we are, but it's not gonna bother me.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah.
You're good. Okay. So, as we are all here, when
Yeah.
last we left our heroes,
You know what? I think we were on time today too.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, right?
It never
Actually,
happens.
We're 6 minutes late, but that's fine.
We were all on the call 6 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Yes.
important part.
We saved the guy.
We
That's
did.
most important.
He woke the hell up.
Finally.
I'm excited to see how this conversation is gonna go.
Yeah, no, you got a lot of very interesting and weird things then.
We confirmed / learned that Ketch has a duat living inside him.
Which is interesting.
Friend.
Hit me.
As a friend.
Man.
Yep, learned a lot. A lot. I also learned how dense I was. I was so dense. I was sitting there like, I knew. I'm losing something. Like, I was overthinking things so badly.
To be fair,
It's okay.
it was also 11 o'clock.
You
That might have been it.
You are a bard working with things that usually only high-level wizards deal with. So you approached it in your own way, and that's what matters.
I think it did gracefully with the skills at hand.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's
So-
pretty much it.
Let's go ahead. Could someone flip a coin for me?
I don't have one on me.
I got you. I got
Like
you.
Jacob, I'm like, Jacob can do it.
My pockets are filled with many jingly change.
I could flip the action point you printed for us
that is
for
true.
Harbingers.
Mm-hmm.
I got.
Actually, that was from my
tails.
very first campaign, and I never gave them all out.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was tails.
Tails. Interesting. Okay. Zace,
Ah. Oh.
we open with you.
Oh,
Oh, fun.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
The suspense thickens.
I know, right? Gotta.
What I'm doing. I don't remember what I'm doing.
That's okay. I might have a vague idea. So, go ahead and roll me a survival check to start out with.
Okay. Hmm. I don't have a dice. I'm going to be using this thingy and just adding it. What does it say?
Fourth point over should be a d20, and then you can just drag dice in and.
Okay, there.
Yeah.
It's.
The
loading.
dice tray.
Okay, it is loading very, very slow because this laptop is very slow. Roll it for me. Oh, I got 19.
Nice.
Plus?
5. Plus 5. The big number.
That's pretty good.
Okay. As you are making your way along the coastline here, you find yourself exiting to where a thicket is, and there is a bit of a grassy knoll area that leads down to a beach. And kind of built... Yep. You get a beach episode.
Yeah.
It's the anime.
But it's
beach
also
episode.
grassy.
It's
knoll,
the
so
beach
be warned.
episode.
I love grassy knolls.
There are a couple people who don't, but yeah.
I don't mind grassy knolls. It's just whenever I hear grassy knoll, I think of one specific moment in American history.
That's what I was joking with, yeah.
Yeah.
So as you are making your way down, you reach a beach outcropping, and towards where there is a bit of an inlet, like this large, just kind of brackish area of water that kind of begins to that flows in and out with the tides. You see that there are probably about 15 different stilted huts built up along this area here. And it seems like the ground underneath is mostly rocky, with bits and with like different sandbars and just rolling beach terrain that eventually leads to sprigs of grass towards a more verdant wilderness. Let me go ahead and unhide that token. There is a small little hamlet here.
Hamlet. Pretty. I know. It's in Brook.
And they're just kind of along this. To call it a road would be generous, but there is a kind of just general coastline path that makes its way through the area.
Do I know this Hamlet?
You might have been here once or twice before, but if you have, it's been a while, and it's also just on the surface kind of unremarkable. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw for Mari.
Okay, wisdom's. Oh, it was Mari dice. Mari's thingy baba. Okay. Mari has a 0 plus 0 on wisdom, so it's gonna be straight 20. Whoa, go Mari, go! 15. Good job.
Okay. Mari succeeds.
Good job.
So as you are approaching, you're kind of just making your way along. The waves are kind of lapping across where your feet are. You kind of just you feel your feet kind of burrowing in the sand as just grains kind of in between the toes. It's comforting. It's warm. There's a nice kind of chilled breeze, and there are storm clouds over on the horizon. Mari kind of begins to heal a little bit, walking backwards towards you, just kind of staying back a little bit. And there is a sense of uneasiness within them.
With Mari? Oh.
They are not frightened, but they are uneasy.
I notice it. I'm gonna ask Mari, what's up?
And they just kind of look out over towards the thunderclouds. And the wind just kind of picks up and swirls around you. A couple of leaves that have fallen from the ground and blown their way in just kind of whip up into a small whirlwind and then eventually just float back away.
Wait, am I getting hurricane vibes? That's what I'm thinking. It's a hurricane, maybe? Hurricane season?
You hear a kind of go ahead and roll me a perception check. What's your passive perception? That's probably better. Since you're working with Mari, what's your passive?
14.
14. distant towards the village, you begin to hear kind of this ratcheting and clicking sound as chains are being brought up over cogs, and you see from in between some of the buildings, large beds just kind of begin retracting up inside of the huts.
The beds are going inside the huts?
Yep. And there's just plant life in it, different crops, different harvest bits, and whatnot.
Flower beds, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like thinking like Minecraft bed.
It didn't specify.
Yeah, no. These are areas where you can raise and lower different crops and just vegetation for growth. Yeah. But Mari seems to kind of be shaking it off a little bit, just their general unease, just kind of making their way with you.
Is it about the cogs? Because I know like animals are scared of like the machinery sound. Or is it the storm? I mean, storm's bad too. Would I like knock on one of the doors, one of the houses?
Yeah, you can. There's a couple of people who are kind of making their way around, and it seems like they are just kind of getting ready for a storm to come. There are just different preparations, some lining up of different sands and putting down some different like sand bags so that closer to the different posts near each of the huts, so that way water will kind of flow up and over instead of hitting them full on, and there's just basically glancing the water and waves before it hits.
Hurricane. Could I ask someone?
Sure.
If like a big storm is definitely gonna happen. If I could help and maybe take shelter with the community.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. We'll take any help we can get. You see a couple of them are just kind of digging little small trenches so that they can get the like I was saying, they're doing like the small sandbar. And so what kind of creature you got there with you? They good of a digger?
Yes, actually, right, Mari?
And then Mari kind of has this like very solemn yes nod.
Okay. Yeah, Mari is a great digger. They like to dig, and they could help, and I as well.
Okay. Oh well, we would be happy to help. Happy to have your help here. We're just kind of trying to line up this here little trench so that way help protect us from the water, help the tide pools that are beneath, and you can see where underneath each of the beds there is a small rocky outcropping with different bits of marine life, and there's a small little water spring in those areas that seems to be bubbling slightly differently and has slightly different colors. Go ahead and roll me your choice of nature or survival.
Well, let's see. Do survival, because I'm probably better at that. Oosh. Roll it. Oh, please. Okay. 8 plus 5, that is 12? 12?
I got 13.
13, yeah.
13? Okay. This it seems as though the water in these areas here are distinctly fresh water, and you can kind of taste in the air that there's ocean water, seawater kind of rolling in around, and so they live in this sort of area where it is very brackish, and it almost seems like they have alternating tides between water that gets strained out as fresh and like distinctly ocean water. It's kind of weird because that doesn't happen really anywhere else.
Interesting. That's I don't know what. That is cool.
Um, okay.
They get
So
like a little geyser almost that like brings them fresh water.
they have small springs, and so if they kind of can clear out these tidal pools, they can then lower their plant beds down, and they will just kind of automatically self-water and just kind of be able to allow the soil to exist in these small pools of fresh water.
It is very, very cool, actually.
That's really neat.
Yeah, no, it looks like Nessa's. What's the name? It looks like Nares is mad, and so we're gonna be wanting to hunker down here. It's probably gonna last, hopefully, only a couple of days.
Mari and I will do what we can to keep this community safe. I'll be shelter as well.
We're happy to have you. Yeah, no, here all. And they kind of mark along in the sand a small line that they would like, that they're working to, or at least they'll gesture to you where they have people working on just kind of trenching out some of the ground so that the storm surge is lessened. And you and Mari are more than capable of doing so. I won't even need to make a roll for it, since it would be strength, and I know that you're crazy strong, and Mari is a burrower. There are a couple points that do strike you as odd as Mari is burrowing, and they kind of just bury their head in the sand for a little bit before eventually like just popping it back out and just kind of spraying a little bit of sand everywhere. And there is still a bit of odd unease and unrest towards the storm.
I'm gonna give Mari a little pat.
Okay.
Do you want to stay or would you run? What would you do in this situation?
Mari doesn't know what to do.
So your instincts are telling you it's unsafe, but you are unsure if whether to fight or flight?
Yes. Yeah, that is a very good way to describe it.
I'm gonna give Mari a pat. It's okay if you don't know. We'll do what we can to protect ourselves and these people. It looks like they don't know what to do as well. Well, I mean, they do know what to do, but like they are also probably scared of the storm. So we'll do what we can.
As you were saying that, you see a large lightning bolt just kind of crash. Probably like 5-10 miles offshore. Just kind of land in the water, or something in the water. And as you do, there is just kind of this bright light. And go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Oh, I'm kind of anxious now. It was like beach episode. It's hurricane. Perception check.
Yep.
Okay, go. Oh, nice. Give me high roll. 16. 11 plus 5. 16.
It looks like there is a person very far offshore. You see like like in that split second, there seems to be a vague shape of a humanoid in the water, or like around in the water.
Is everyone here? I'm gonna ask the people.
I think so. I mean, we got the trawlers back a couple hours ago, so they're the ones who told us that the surge was rolling in. So we've been fortifying defenses ever since.
I still see a figure. I'll look back.
Yeah, folks around here, everyone always wants to see some figure out there. Sometimes storm takes loved ones, but you know, sometimes others roll out there as well. But like, there's no one out there. It's death. It's death to roll out on those waves. Huh?
Is it normal for people to see people in the lightning or during these storms, like figures of people? I'm asking the people.
The person you've been mostly interacting with, this is a slightly older gentleman, tan skin from working out on the water most of the days, a long, bushy, like bleached white beard with just due to the sheer amount of salt in the water and the sun. Bald head. He is distinctly shorter than you, but still probably like 5'8", roughly humanoid average. But he does seem older. Like we've had folks who try and fight it, who want to prove something. Never see him again. Occasionally, sometimes people say they see him in the storm, but I think they're just listening to the words of the witch.
Witch?
Yeah, no.
Who's that?
We had a soothsayer around back, and most folks kind of liked her. Well, most. Some folks did, and a couple of them drove her out, and they say she comes back with every storm just to visit, catch up.
Huh.
And yeah, no, I don't personally buy it. There's...
Earlier when you were talking, you said that someone named Nessa or something is bad?
Yeah, that's her. We just nicknamed the storm winds. No, when it's nice and calm, it's... You know, you're looking at the tides of Serendora. Just... She always talked about gentle spirits out there, calming the waters and the waves for us, and she ran off and got drove to the storms, and we feel the anger sometimes, and that's what's coming here. Kind of got rough luck in hitting this time. You see a bunch of birds just kind of immediately flock off of one of the roofs and kind of begin flying in the opposite direction.
I'm gonna look at Mari's face to see how it's...
Mari watches them. They're food.
Mari.
Then just kind of watches the storm. Just like when you're not working with Mari on digging the trenches, Mari is watching the storm.
Okay.
It's a bit of a distraction.
I know any like calming herbs or something we can let Mari like chew on.
Yeah, you would. You that makes sense as something you would have.
I don't have a microphone.
You're
I
good.
don't have my headphones don't work. I'm talking. Tammy? It's okay. It's okay. It works. It works. Okay, bye. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. But yeah, no, that makes perfect sense as something you would have, and you can allow Mari to chew on some roots, and it does seem to kind of help take the edge off just having something to do, like other than the digging, but like just like a rote thing to kind of be thinking about instead of
The storm.
the storm. And it seems like Mari is feeling like there's something more out there.
I know Mari's intuitions are good, but I don't know how to help.
So no, as time passes and you kind of see the storm just kind of rolling in slowly closer and closer, the winds do begin to pick up, and they do carry this very distinct salty salty air. You see some of the others as the winds begin to pull up and grow worse. They pull down these very thin metal visors that just kind of help shield their eyes from the sides, and so they're getting less salt in the eyes and just kind of around the face.
Is it hats or like?
It's almost like a second bill under the hat, and that just kind of helps to it kind of angles eyesight down, so it's really hard to look anyone eye to eye. But since their primary focus is angled downward, so long as they kind of keep their head low, it will block most of what is coming directly at the eyes. But you guys are able to help complete and get this trench all put together. And by this time, the storm has kind of gotten bigger, closer. You hear just echoes of thunder in the distance as it is just kind of expanding on each area. But it really only seems to be within this general region. Like, it's probably a mile or two across, but still it only feels local.
Oh. Does it look like it's moving?
A little.
Or is the storm staying here?
It seems to be rolling up upon land.
Okay.
Okay. But as you're kind of finishing where this trench works lies, one of the individuals will kind of lead you around back where there is a small-ish ramp that leads up into the back of one of the sheds, the huts, the houses, and they will kind of beckon you to come on inside. It's getting a little bit hard to hear with the louder whistlings of the wind that are rolling around. This ramp is too small for Mari, I would say, and there wouldn't be enough space for Mari inside.
Let me look at Maury's face. Look at Maury's face.
And they don't. You do see that they don't really have a place for working animals here in this settlement. Yeah.
Maury. Maury, I just want to look at Maury's face. What does it say? What does Maury say?
Apprehension. There is a distinct curiosity, but it is also mixed with fear. And it's less a fear of the storm, because you've weathered storms with Mari before. Mari's heard thunder. But it's more a fear of an unknown.
Maury.
Go ahead.
Do you think...
Oh, good. Good, sorry.
No. What were you going to say?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. Uh, 6 plus 5, 11. 11.
Okay. Okay. What were you saying to Mari?
I was gonna ask Mari if, if you want to run. I was gonna ask Mari, you think you could, run at this point? Or can, Mari dig their own, big hole? Just a big, giant hole for them?
Mari could dig themselves kind of into the ground if need be. The question is, but that would kind of be limiting them in movement because there would be a large storm surge kind of washing over that might make it difficult to get out.
It was like Mark. Yeah, Mark could be like buried.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You don't really smell Mari anymore, just kind of with the wind.
I don't smell. Mari's a slow runner, and how fast the storm is moving?
Wind speeds are getting up there. There is a definite force of wind, but it's not horrible right now. If you ran, you might be able to. You could make headway, but you don't know how far onto land the storm is going to come, or if it even is.
Mari, what do you want to do? We can't come to the shelter, but I don't want you to get hurt. What do you want to do?
Mari kind of pats the ground twice, as if to say, like, we they think it's probably best to stay.
Okay.
Or at least they're interested enough and not scared enough to stay. They're
not stay?
But even then, you can see that there is hesitance.
Alright. Tell me, what is safe for you? What would you want to do to be safe for you? For you to stay safe?
Mari doesn't really give a response. It doesn't understand. Mari is... It seems like there is a distinction. There is a difference between what Mari is understanding you asking and what you're actually asking.
What? I don't know. Is there like any place like nearby where I could like fit could they fit under, like, just near the entrance of the ramp? Safe area.
You hear someone kind of calling to you because you see that they have pulleys and a cable tied to the end of the ramp, and that they're going to pull it up towards the shelter to kind of box them in should you go up it. They're kind of waiting for you.
Gosh. It's so hard. I didn't leave Mari behind when the thingy was closing in on us. I want to leave Mari now. You know, the thingy in the very beginning with the echo? I'm not gonna leave Mari for a hurricane, but like, I'm sure Mari,
You just hear the kind of rolling thunder and roar of the storm as it's rolling closer and closer.
Okay, I'm gonna give Mari my airboat. Keep it safe and keep yourself safe, Mari.
Okay.
This is my sign of like wanting someone to stay safe.
Okay.
And like the bear skull, and I'm gonna head in and be like, we will see each other again, Mari. Keep yourself safe. I hope Awesome be with you. Please protect Mari and Lex and pray.
Okay. As you enter, you watch as Mari kind of watches you, and they kind of the gangplank basically gets pulled up, and then you just hear this rotating click, click, click over and over.
What was Mari's face in the end? What was Mari's face?
There is confidence, but there is uncertainty.
I trust you, Mari. I hope Awesome fixes.
And then eventually it just kind of you hear it just kind of thud as it kind of hits the other edge of the wooden building. and there's just kind of sea musk all throughout as people are just kind of holed up towards the side. And this building is holding more people than it probably should. It's a rather densely filled area. Most of the inhabitants here are humans or like half-elves. There's probably a couple dwarves, and there's, once again, about 15 of these buildings, so there is some spread out in between areas, but there seems like a slightly larger population in here. And they're just kind of huddled up towards the corners of the area, kind of trying to maintain themselves with their own interests and just kind of ride out the storm. There is an area that is that has a similar kind of pulley mechanism towards the easternward wall, where they have a similar style of gangplank setup that has been pulled in that leads out towards one of the larger gardens. And you see in kind of pushed towards a similar space is a large pot that has kind of been filled with fresh water and some of the collected foods that it seems someone is tending to, but it's going to be cold because you can't light a fire in a wooden building because that would just be insane. But there are some tables around here. Chairs have been tied down, and you can see that the tables have also have been anchored to the ground with different ratchets and clamps towards the edges. So it doesn't look like anything should be specifically moving around or have the risk of being thrown around should the building have issues with its moorings or its stilts.
I'm so Maury's doing well. This is a really well-built shelter.
It seems... I mean, there are elements of it that are a bit rickety, but it seems overall pretty sturdy, like it has weathered a storm like this before. This is not their first time dealing with this. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Yes, can make a number, please. Please. 10, 5 plus 5. Oh.
As everything is kind of beginning to roll around, there's a part of you that kind of thinks you hear Mari on the outside just making noises, just in confusion and just not comfortable being alone.
No, I'm gonna stick my ear to that wall. I'm gonna talk toward that wall. Alright, please stay safe. I'm here with you. You're not alone. You're wearing my hat and my bow. Not alone. Awesome, and I am with you. Please stay safe. I'm not leaving you, I promise.
You're not hearing Mari on the other side.
What? No. Still gonna press my ear until I keep talking. Until whatever.
Okay. As the storm kind of begins to roll in further, we'll go ahead and switch the side of the camera.
Okay.
Yep.
Mommy. Okay. Hopefully
Okay.
something else is happening that is much better over there.
Okay, Zagra,
Zagra?
Ketch, and Tsubaki. Too many Z names.
I told you. You guys, like, I get confused all the time.
It's you are kind of all in this chamber as you see Tsubaki kind of coming to. There's been you see the kind of Zagger, you will recognize the kind of just exhaustion and just kind of mental strain that Tsubaki has had going through, but there is a fervor as it seems like the spell or the ritual that Tsubaki was practicing has come to an end, and everyone is just kind of curiously looking around seeing what's going on.
So I believe it worked.
Oh yeah, I did it.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
And there are
I was about to say, I look over at the
Yeah,
name.
what are you doing?
It's like, what do I see?
Dramage is there is consciousness, but there are kind of different medical attendants kind of immediately kind of swarming him, kind of going over everything, checking health, just different understandings. You can see different flares of different spells to different areas. But similar to what happened for you, there are several clerics who kind of come over and are working to get them back to full health. And Tsubaki, go ahead and roll insight. This is a lower DC.
I got a 19.
Okay.
Ooh.
There is a sense of relief. That would be the primary word here. A lot of individuals are kind of scribbling down notes, including Salivarian's ward, who is still a bit confused as to why this spell didn't take for her. But she is kind of like immediately trying to peek over the crowd around him and just kind of gain her own observations and just kind of scratching everything down. There's looks of confusion, but relief is the primary feeling.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. So would it be alright if I like go over and sit on the side of the bed and stare at him?
You can make your way up.
Can you get over there?
Stare at him.
I am determined to do this, so I just stare at him and say nothing. Wait for a response.
You can kind of push your way through a little bit, and upon saying that you're wanting to make your way in, an opening will be cleared for you. And he looks over at you, and there's a vague sense of recollection of understanding, but like, are you the one who was
Yep,
helping?
that was me. Took forever, but I got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I owe you a great debt.
Glad I could help. Don't know what else to say. Tsubaki's kind of tired, and she's mostly staring at him for the glorification of knowing that not only did she do it, but she did it damn well.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of like secretly gloating to herself on the inside because she didn't have the energy to do it outwardly.
Mm-hmm. What did you do? I've never seen anything like this before.
We can discuss it at a later date. I am too tired to go into it, but you, me, and a few choice others. We can have this discussion later.
Yeah, no, I'm very curious about what happened with this
Let's just
individual
say
I was looking for.
I made a lot of discoveries while figuring this out. You're a very interesting individual, I will say, Mr. Dramage.
Well, I don't like to say so about myself, but thank you.
uh, I'm a person who toots my own horn often, so I have to do it for others as well. Just saying, you're an interesting individual.
You don't get to this city without being one.
I have no doubt.
But upon hearing this, there are a couple of eyes that kind of raise in your general direction, like new revelations. Like there's curiosity.
Oh, I don't care about their curiosity. They can think all they want. Doesn't mean I am going to tell them anything.
Completely fair.
But the only two people outside of my group of friends that I trust right now are Dragon Guy and the lady that came with me the first time.
And those are two powerful people to consider allies.
Yep, they're about the only two that I have a 100% guarantee I feel like they're okay.
Oh, I mean, they're a quarter of the circle, so yeah.
Well, maybe 99.
Yeah, I'll give it a good 95. There's always room for improvement.
Mm-hmm.
There's always room for some betrayal.
I know. I'm too.
There's always room for betrayal.
There is. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I just heard a cat screech, and I don't know if it's mine or somebody else's outside.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Seems like an important thing to get figured out.
Yeah. Never good when you hear the cat scream.
Yep.
It was the neighbors. Strays. There was like a bunch of strays outside fighting. I'm like, what the heck, guys? What the heck?
Okay.
I had to make sure it wasn't my cat
Yep.
because, like, sometimes she goes outside and likes to pick fights.
Yeah, no, that's
Fair enough.
that's completely fair.
Yes.
Well, anyways, so yeah. Tsubaki's exhausted. Anything else going on right now?
It seems the major effort is just getting Dramage and you back to as far as they can, and then just kind of collecting information on the entirety of the event that, as it could be observed here. And with you kind of being hesitant to share methodologies and methodologies. So yeah, that would just be the primary word. You kind of have free reign to control when and where and what you do, because like if you're interested in just kind of retiring to your quarters, they're not going to stop you.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I'm gonna do. I feel like at this point, like, I'm exhausted and I don't know about my friends or how they're feeling. So, I just feel like, I'm gonna go back to my room and settle in, sleep for the rest of the day, and then when I wake up, see how things go.
Okay. Ketch and Zagra, what's going on for you guys?
I'm not sure. Catch, what do you have going on?
Yeah, Catch after this situation. Also feeling rather tired. Did get sort of mind controlled by by Desi there for a bit.
Whoop.
That's true.
Hey, if you're gonna
So
be mind
I
controlled
feel
by
sorry
anybody,
for those bandits a little bit more now that I know sort of what that feels like.
sympathy levels increasing.
What I kind of want to do at this point is like sort of get some good rest. I'm definitely gonna sort of chronicle exactly what happened and like the different sort of runes and everything that I saw. I'm also going to attempt to like figure out exactly how to get back to that place without outside assistance. I kind of want to learn like possibly maybe different like teleportation sigils or like spell things that I would need to get
I
back
am
there
slowly
and forth
converting
at
you
any
to the
point
far
that
call.
I would like.
That's going to be difficult because
Oh, yeah,
you've
most
never
definitely.
been there before.
Yeah, that was the first time, and you know what? Ketch was a fan.
Yeah.
Well, besides that last point, Ketch was a fan. Hence why going to bed now. Going to probably team up with Subaki a little bit to see if we can figure something out there. But yeah, that's all I'm doing as far as like the immediate. I don't suppose anyone would be willing to give me some diamonds, would they?
Well, okay. I feel like making demands is for a later moment because
Moment?
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I wasn't
I
planning
feel
on
like
doing anything.
we just did big gamble, and I feel like big reward is coming our way. So I'm not worried about what we're
I
getting.
mean-
I just know we're getting something.
Yeah, right now, all I kind of want to do is just go to bed and make plans for future.
Yep.
I am going to give someone back Dramage's spell book since I had it for a moment.
What, you're
That's
not going to
fair.
pocket it?
They're not going to let you leave with that.
Dramage isn't going to let me leave with that.
That is very
Let's be
true
honest.
as well.
Oh.
He probably doesn't. To be fair, he probably doesn't recognize that it was gone. But if he knew that someone had it and they were intending to leave with it, there would be a no.
We'd be
There
like,
would
"Hey,
be
hey,
I
consequences.
feel like there'd be a little bit more than just an no from a wizard.
True.
I would
From
like
a
there to
wizard
be
that-
just an no, and be like, holy shit! I
And then I think I'll also hit the hay.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
Okay. Time will pass as night comes and goes. You all can cure one level of exhaustion. You lose all temporary hit points. Everything is reset to your maximums for the day as far as spell slots and abilities. And
Yay.
yeah. You gain the benefits of a long rest.
Yeah. All my spell slots are back.
Mm-hmm.
I used all of them. I don't think I've ever used so many at once. Ever.
They're a very useful consumable resource.
First.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Alright, guess I'm gonna wake up and decide to go to breakfast because I'm probably starving at this point.
Mm-hmm. There is the standard heroes feast set up.
Heck yeah.
With one more jug.
Ketch, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Alright.
Does the jug not work?
I sure hope not. Or I sure hope it does work, but does not work.
No, I got what you meant.
Okay. Not the best. 11.
Okay. As when you go down to the meal, you can see that eventually someone comes to kind of reclaim one of the tablecloths and Heroes Feast sets, just because everyone has gotten its benefits. So they're setting up another one, and you see them kind of bringing out the once broken chalice that you had worked on.
Heck yeah.
And as they cast the spell, it goes. But it's not exactly normal. It seems a little bit janky, because where most of the tables have like waffles, pancakes, and standard breakfast food, this one gets like lasagna, and just like random heavy dinner foods, like instead of breakfast stuff.
Catch, what did you do?
There is a vaguely janky chalice in Heroes Feast.
I just fixed the spell component to my knowledge. Alright.
Good enough. Who doesn't like lasagna for breakfast?
It's hot and it's fresh. It's like fresh out of the oven, nice and warm.
Is anyone going to it?
I am. I've decided lasagna for breakfast is what I want. Today is strange and new, and that is what I am rolling with.
There are a couple people who are interested, yeah. Outside of your own party. The person who is casting the spell looks at the chalice like it's just wrong. And they kind of do the whole TV doesn't work thing. They just kind of tap it a couple of times on the side.
Oh, you gotta adjust the bunny ears on the set.
As you do, you see a couple of small bowls of Jello kind of pop up on the table.
I
mean, we're getting closer.
I questioned the colors. I questioned the colors.
I
that
may
is a
have
green.
forgot a sliver of the porcelain somewhere.
I lean over to that.
Or is it the...
dagger.
Are we talking flavored Jello, or are we talking like a 1950s party Jello that just has like a
1950s party.
full meal?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
The color of that Jello is questionable.
Yeah, no, it's those vague abominations.
The Hero's Abominable Feast. That's now its new name. It may be sold on some market, strangely enough, later on. We'll find it.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
I hear a strange echo in the back of my mind. But yeah.
I think I'm gonna avoid that. I'm sorry, Catch.
I mean, it should technically still work. It is just a little bit of the chalice might not be as in total. Honestly, did not know a spell component being slightly off would change the spell all that much. So it's honestly good to know. We're
So
all
with
still
that
learning.
questionable Jello, does this fall under the category of drug paraphernalia? I can't
Okay,
say the
okay.
word.
I don't think it's there yet.
No.
I know
I
we're all
heard
waiting
the
for the
word
top. I
psychedelic
don't think
Jello,
it's there.
so
No, this is just one of those 1950s party Jello mold, super weird recipes where you have cooked chicken breast in lime Jello with a
oh god.
smothering of cranberry sauce over the top and orange slices just scattered throughout randomly.
It's like, dude, it's like when I put marshmallows in.
It's
Jell-O
cold
salad.
and bland as hell.
Okay. Alright, well, I only take the lasagna and decide to get the rest of my feast from another table.
The lasagna tastes normal, but it has a very faint smell of black licorice.
It's like, oh, that's an interesting note.
Chalice just had a few pieces off of it.
Good thing I like black licorice.
Catch, I saw it. It was in a... It's like in a 1,000-piece puzzle.
Yeah, but I fixed it. It took me 2 hours, but I fixed it.
Anyways, well, I'm gonna go sit down and feast.
I'm going to eat and watch to see who else eats to see
Yeah,
if
I have
somebody
lots
is
of other
not
people.
partaking in the hero's feast.
I want to see what curious crazies decide to step up to that table.
Zagger, go ahead and roll insight or perception. There are a couple of people who are very tentatively curious about that table. And there's just a lot of weird smells coming from it, and like they might try a little bit and they're just like, oh, that's normal. It's still weird. And then they just kind of go to another table.
That's a 23 on insight. Who's not partaking in the hero's feast?
There is nobody you see today who does not, who comes up and doesn't.
Okay.
They might bounce between a couple of the tables, but no one is distinctly just like collecting stuff
Nah.
and just not.
Okay. We good.
Yep.
Anybody I know? I don't know, I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I
there would be probably a couple. I think
I
the
just
main one you
wanna
do
eat-
see is Euralis kind of quickly stop by and then kind of begin making their way back the way they came. Just coming out quickly for a bite to eat and then immediately returning to their sanctuary.
Fair enough.
And there are people who are kind of whispering and talking about themselves like, wasn't there like one guy who was on the ground who was like trying to put one of these together? Is that this one? They don't seem to recognize Catch, but they're like, didn't something weird happen to one of
The
them?
ground where the chalice broke and see if there's any residual pieces.
There have been people who came to sweep and clean it up, and there would not be any left.
Man.
I remember you. You're that freaky kid that steals backpacks.
What?
Andrew, got it?
Is that a
Oh
reference
yeah.
from something?
Yes.
Oh no, I don't know. I'm not hip with the kids.
We're all about the same age, Jacob.
Yep.
I'm not hip with the kids anymore, Andrew. I'm not hip with the kids.
The question is, were you actually
I don't
ever?
know. I don't know the TTLs and the POGs and the GTGs.
Dude, you're referencing things from my generation.
POG?
Pogs?
Oh no, POG has a different meaning now.
Oh, well. Like, I'm sitting there like Pogs. It's like a '90s reference.
Hello, fellow kids.
What do you do, fellow children?
Is this what is cool nowadays?
You snap and like collect. Sorry, that was just funny to me. That is not. Yeah.
I don't know what kind of Pogs you're talking about.
Technically speaking, I think it originated from gaming, which means play of the game. Which it now kind of means just like, oh, awesome, or oh, you did good, or something like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, oh man, that's dope, or yeah, you know. You know.
Yeah. Interesting. Things I don't pay attention to.
Yes.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Anyway. Anyway.
I mean, you have the area to yourselves to do as you wish. Like, people are generally going to leave you alone because news of what Tsubaki has done has not broken yet, in the same way that they did not break that Leomund or Dromage was in either of these situations.
Yeah. It's gonna be a down low sort of deal, I assume.
Oh
I-
yeah, high security clearance.
I imagine the Mind Flayer would have been the same, but that ain't no.
That kind of went a little bit public. Yeah, they probably would have handled it rather quietly, and that's the intent now, and that is the intentions now. But there are rumors, and there will forever be
Ever
rumors.
be rumors. Heck yeah.
In the same way that people talk about the ghost on the fourth floor of Maria Hall, there will be people talking about the Mind Flayer in the cafeteria.
Yeah, yeah.
We totally had one of those in my high school. It was the toilets in the old building in the girls' bathroom.
You're talking
She would-
about
she-
Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh.
There was there totally. She would flush the toilet, or they would flush the toilet, like randomly while you were in there by yourself.
Where are you guys gonna be up to? I've got
Um,
some ideas.
I figured.
After a good feast, let's see. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can get learn astral projection from any of the wizards that were present. Just see if I can, figure out like a little bit of what was going on and get some of that knowledge.
Okay. Um. Catch, go ahead and roll me streetwise or diplomacy.
All right. Isn't Streetwise 4E?
Go ahead and make it diplomacy then. Yeah.
I believe diplomacy.
Streetwise?
Also,
But if you're going off D&D Beyond, you're not gonna have Streetwise.
Yeah. No. I am very bad at remembering which skills are in which game, especially because I introduced some of my own.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's cool.
No. It's
what have you introduced like specifically for us again? I know Cronin's.
yeah. No. There's two for that. But I know diplomacy was one, and it was charisma.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
it's-
Okay, my bad.
Oh, there's a character sheet somewhere here.
Gotcha. But yeah, for
Third
diplomacy, I got an 11.
An 11. Okay. Sure. You are able to find someone who has learned the spell astral projection.
All right.
There are elements of feigned death in it, and you do recognize those. But overall, this spell is a lot more dense as far as their style of writing goes, and much harder to just kind of figure out. It is a 9th level spell.
Yes. But like, have I like sort of started that along, like being able to like get a little bit of it down, not like master the spell or anything,
Sure.
you know.
You're able to get different bits and pieces of it, and just kind of keep note of the parts of it that you get.
Awesome. Other than that, I'm just sort of gonna wait around. I know probably they're gonna call on us at some point for either information or like to give us sort of a debriefing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
For council.
Yes.
Yep, those are the skills. Those are the... Some of them are non-standard 5e star, and... Yeah. Just, yeah. My memory is just really bad when it comes to swapping different RPGs together, and...
Chill.
Yeah.
I did not know.
No, you are all good. That's on me. Okay. You are there. As far as the morning goes, there's probably a couple hours, but eventually someone will come to you and say, "Hey, if you're ready, we'd be more willing to we are in a situation that is ready to kind of go down with everything that you experienced and did, and so that way we can try and keep some of this information on records should it happen again."
Okay.
Should it happen again?
Yeah,
Should it happen again?
there's always a possibility.
Yep.
Should the head of the College of Winterhold ever become undeaf? That's a
Survivor
Skyrim
of
reference.
Worlds. Um, so they will bring you to a different chamber this time. This one is slightly more dimly lit, but there are torch sconces around the wall, and they each kind of glow with this. Ketch, you would recognize the spell as just produce flame. It is just this kind of living fire on the inside that just kind of rolls around inside of the glass, and it just kind of casts long shadows around the room.
Can I check the sconce on the wall, see like what specifically, like, is it an arcane rune? Is it like magic just being pumped into a flame and it's just sort of blasting? Like, can I scope out this sort of permanent flame they got going on?
Yeah, there is a rune in this that is just kind of etched into the bottom pane of the glass. That just allows it to just kind of continually dance.
Can I mark that rune down?
Sure.
Sweet. Got it.
Yeah, no, if you do not have it, you can learn the cantrip Produce Flame.
Oh yeah.
I think you already do have it, but...
Oh yeah, I do. I just want to see if there's anything specifically letting this be autonomous.
Not necessarily. Based on your current notes, it seems as though they just kind of created a magical item and then kind of inscribed the rune onto it, and so the lantern itself keeps the spell alive depending on what rune is carved into it.
Okay.
As far as what magical items are in this room, there are quite a few.
Yes. If you cast Identify in here, your eyes will go blind with all the light that will just aura.
That would be Detect Magic, but yes.
Or Detect Magic, yes.
Yeah.
It'll be like a pride parade in here.
Yeah, no, just lots of different colors.
A rave.
That's not entirely incorrect. That is actually very correct. Just less flickery and less people doing drugs passing out on the floor from seizures and said drugs. But yes, there are colors all abound if you cast Detect Magic. Where was I going with this? Oh, right. The table is like a solid walnut with like a very nice pristine finish, and it seems as though it has been wood burned with a map of the entire world just all over on the surface of it.
I can confirm something, because I have an image in my mind right now.
Sure.
And it's very funny. When you say solid walnut, do you mean walnut wood, or that the table itself is one giant walnut?
Walnut wood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. They kept some of the live edge on the different sides, so it does kind of roll a little bit and have just kind of different characters. But yeah, no, it is a full world projection towards the center of the table. There are nice upholstered seats around it, and you can see that there are several different wizards, each with different notebooks or with different arcane means of tracking spells and information that they are kind of working with as just arcane projections around them. Nothing quite like you catch. It seems as though it's...
You are a catch-all your own.
This looks more like a Minority Report computer, where there's just, like, not a computer screen, but just sort of, like, dancing runes around their fingers that they can kind of quickly flick in and out.
Yeah.
That are then transcribed elsewhere.
I decided to take the most comfortable-looking seat at the table that I can find.
Okay.
Am I there?
I was about to say, is Zachary even with us?
Yes.
Did you come with us?
You
Okay.
are welcome to come. There, you are invited.
Okay.
I assume
Okay,
they called
sure.
all of us.
I'm never sure how.
Oh, no, I didn't. I never went into mind.
Well, yeah, but you were like outside.
You did communicate with Ketch.
And the three of you
That's-
have all been traveling together, and so if there are insights that you have had that they would not be able to like pry into or ask questions about, it helps to have more people.
Okay, sure thing.
Okay.
Be like, there's a lot more people in this room than I expected there to be.
There are several. I would say that there are... Let's see, there's definitely those.
There's Donner and Dasher and Prancer and Vixen.
It's not that season yet, and you know it.
Please don't make me hurt you.
Come on, we gotta get through premature Halloween first.
It's
I like
September
the
right now.
fun
It's just about time for Thanksgiving stuff to come out.
Right?
Heck, Lowe's already has Halloween decos.
There are 12 people in this room sitting around the tables.
Is all of the 8 here?
Go ahead and roll me an Insight or Arcana check. Insight, Arcana, or History.
Let me see. It's probably going to be Insight. Yep. 11? That sounds
Yup.
about right. Okay, that's fantastic.
Yup.
I don't know who any of these people are.
I was like,
I
Except
feel like
Mordecai.
Mordecai in
He's
there
actually
and-
not on the circle.
Alright.
ooh,
Oh.
interesting.
Dang.
We all just like look at each other like, oh, okay. Oh.
Mordecai's not on the circle. That's... Okay.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. I see Mordecai as probably maybe like visiting, you know. At least that's what maybe I'm getting from there, or not. I don't, maybe Mordecai is just busy with other stuff.
Well, that means Dramage is here. That's great. Good to see him
Yes.
moving around.
Yep. I have to flip to a certain page in a book.
I am just contemplating the situation and the surroundings.
This is what? Yeah, Appendix 5.
Roll to contemplate.
What would that be?
I don't know.
Wisdom, intelligence, charisma?
It's contemplation. That's it's a
Oh.
skill all on its own.
So here, let me just go
Oh.
ahead and read you the brief descriptions from a book. I'm not going to give you the title. Sorry.
Fair enough.
But for the circle, Bigby. Bigby is a lean, severe-looking man with brown hair and eyes. He's known for being a bit nervous, cautious, and puritanical. He strongly favors defensive spells and items, believing in safety before attack. He is quick to find fault with little things and can be difficult to get along with. However, his close friends value him for his steadfastness and sense of humor. These are role-playing notes because they came as pre-generated characters in one book.
Okay, cool.
That works.
Dromage. Tall, slim, youthful-looking, Dromage could easily have been a charmer of women were it not for his close-lipped nature. He is intensely secretive, saying little about his opinions or his past. Still, the reclusive Dromage is a good friend to many a rogue and minstrel. He has two passions, one for the sea and all things connected to it. He spends most of his time in the secluded depths of the ocean, and the other is an abiding. Okay, that's actually just not canon, at least to this setting. Sorry. Jaertsi
right.
Salivarian. Jaertsi is the youngest and newest member of the Circle of Eight. Her long blonde hair and tan skin make her strikingly attractive, and she could have... Wow, that's just... Okay. However, she is independent-minded and not terribly interested in the attention of eager suitors. She is more than capable of protecting herself. As regards the old wizards of the Circle of Eight, she is not as confident or sure of his footing. I should have really... Thank you, TSR, for your doesn't pass the Bechdel test.
It's alright, Andrew.
It's okay, Andrew.
I know.
It's the 80s.
I know, but like, I can still be disappointed, okay?
Fair enough.
Jaertsi is accompanied by Edwina, her pseudo-dragon companion on the adventures. Yeah. Nistel. Ganglion plain, Nistel considers himself a master of disguise. He is seldom seen in his true appearance, often using magic or magical items to change his looks. To the distress of others in the circle, he is fond of puns and quips. Still, Nistel has a keen mind for battle tactics and believes that given time he can derive victory from even the worst situation.
How do you spell Nystul?
Nystul.
Alright.
Ottaluk. Young, short, and puny, Ottaluk has overcompensated for his drawbacks by being overly aggressive and abrasive. Unlike the older, more contemplative members of the Circle, Ottaluk believes in the use of offensive firepower. Uncertain of his standing in the Circle, he wonders if it is only his political role as an oligarch in the city that causes the others to tolerate him. Otto. Heavy-set and overdressed, the curly-haired Otto likes to pass himself off as a cheerful and outgoing merchant, dealing in luxury items of all sorts. He has a great love of fine living, culture, and the arts. He is musically trained and has a passion for music. He commonly researches minor modifications to spells, allowing him to include different music in their effects. He bears several sigils of being formerly a priest, but he is now fully committed to the arts of magic instead of the divine. Rary. Rary is very much the reserved, patient, and wise old wizard of bard songs. He holds in his head a great store of knowledge on all subjects and is always interested in learning more. He is an expert on eccentric lore as well as a respected figure among the tribesmen. With his disdain for crude, damage-causing magics in favor of more complex and subtle spells, he has both impressed and alienated many of the wizard community. Tensor is also on the council. Hang on, I have to flip the page. Tensor is a medium-sized man with brown hair and a prominent nose. He is polite, quick-witted, and outgoing. He enjoys socializing when not on an adventure. He believes in the cause of law to be good, and to the point where he will enforce his will on others. To the others, he is something of an alarmist, always decrying the threat of evil in this quarter or that. So that is just kind of a very brief, very 80s view of the circle.
Can I
Thank you,
ask, is this,
TSR. It's good to see that you haven't changed at all.
Is this from the Greyhawk book by chance?
No, it's not.
Alright.
Well, isn't the book from the 80s? Of course it can't change. Right?
Well, the company has
Right.
it either. That is true. The book has not changed. It was just uploaded to the Internet Archives, and that's where I'm reading it from. Hang on. It was added 8/19. When was it published? That's actually, I'm legitimately curious now. I know
Have you
Mike
ever,
Mike Bro worked as an editor on it because he mentioned it in class.
Mike's great.
Yeah. Yep.
I love Mike.
Editing Mike Bro. I don't know why. Yeah. Copyright 1990. That's still. Yeah.
That's just 80s. The
That's just-
sequel.
Yeah. That's just it's 80s part 2.
I was live. I was 1.
But yeah, no, this was a classic adventure that has a rather curious opening. Where the players got to play the Circle of 8, which we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Because reasons.
Oh no, makes sense.
It's very railroady.
I mean, it was what, in like as you said, in the 80s.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like
No,
a lot of the campaigns were kind
this-
of railroady,
mhm.
or it was either railroady or freaking nothing.
This book was one of a duology where they were introducing the second edition community to like what would change the world and shape and become third edition, from what I understand. And so it basically the resulting nature of these two adventures, of which one is one I'm drawing from, is an incredibly massive story that, well, it literally changed the face of the game. It's great.
Fair enough. I've been trolling around on some D&D forums, like for old school D&D stuff, and a lot of the old books are very interesting. And
Yeah.
explains some of the lore for the later books, such as wizards' names being a part of spells, Bigsby's hand,
Mhm.
10 stars, floating disc, etc.
Yeah, one of the really cool assumptions of just playing D&D in general is that the Circle of 8, for whom many of the spells are named, exist in your world in some way. Just because their names are on the spells, and so long as you're using D&D's like core rules, they transcend the multiverse and just kind of jump from campaign setting to campaign setting. And it's also why they cut them out of the SRD, so that way you just have floating disc or magic hand instead of Bigby's hand or Tensor's floating disc. So because that way Wizards owns them.
We have now gone down a kaleidoscope of D&D.
I love learning about the classics of the game.
Oh, I do too. One time, I didn't even think about it. I saw, I think, second edition stuff at a used game store. I got it.
Mhm.
It's somewhere.
You gave one of the books to me.
I think I still got another one somewhere.
Yeah, I have the old starter campaign for D&D second edition, I think.
Nice.
I was just talking with Nolan yesterday, and he was recently gifted like a 3.5 starter set.
Heck yeah.
Cool. But nonetheless, yes, all of these people are sitting around the table.
Bigby, Drummond, Jealousy, Olaluke. Pistol Honorary Tensor?
Yep.
Okay.
And Mordenkainen, who is classically considered like the ninth member.
Yeah.
Like he is not a
like-
part of the circle, but like he's there.
Yeah.
He's always there.
From old D&D canon of like Greyhawk stuff, he was like the one surviving member
Mm-hmm.
of like the original circle or whatever.
Yep. Because they all got annihilated.
Yeah. You know what? Being a wizard sometimes does that to you.
It does.
I'm on it, Star. Hang on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm. Oh! That's gonna be useful.
A list
Can
of
we
names.
pin?
Oh yeah.
Can we pin that crap?
Yes. Gosh, it's crap. I'm so sorry. I should be a better GM.
Yeah, Andrew. God.
No, it's
Gosh.
fine. You know
I-
what I mean.
Crap is my general word for stuff.
I know that's why I was putting on the voice. You guys are the best.
Well, I
Sorry.
wouldn't say that.
I know I misspelled the last half of Mordenkainen. I think that's a K.
It's actually a U with an umlaut.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay. So we're now all here in front of these big wigs.
Yeah.
I understand the 8 being here, so I'm gonna like, as a bard, I might know the bard in the room, and of course the people I've already interacted with. But other than that, it's like, that's a lot of people.
Yeah. No. You have all, at least at some point in your characters' lives, heard the names. But like these are big shot people up in ivory towers. It's like us talking about Jeff Bezos. Like, oh yeah, I've heard of him. I'm familiar with some of the basics about him. Never gonna meet the guy.
Never gonna meet the guy, but I hear he does stuff.
Hey, Jeff, if by any chance you actually are listening, I'd love to put together like an animated series. Call me. You have my number.
Hey,
You have my number.
Look.
It's on my Amazon account.
Oh my god.
It's true.
You have my number, Jeff.
You know what? While we're at it, Bill Gates, if you're listening, I don't know. Just hi. I don't really want anything. I just, if you're listening, what's up?
Okay.
All right.
Um.
So, are we
but
ready
yes.
to get on with this?
Yes, we are. In fact.
After I'm gonna say you just lore vomited us. It was great. I love it. That's what I whenever I type like out of my brain, I call it word vomit.
Yep.
You just lore vomited us, and it was a great experience.
I'm glad. Thank you. But yes, I suppose it would be Mordenkainen who would open. They're like, he looks over towards you all.
I thought Mordenkainen wasn't here for Kanan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought Mordenkainen wasn't here.
Oh no, he is in the room.
Oh.
I specifically said there were like 12 people in the room other than you guys.
He did. I'm like, okay, they say there's these big 8, so who are the other 4? That was my question.
Okay. Mordenkainen is one. Isaac Severe, Dromage's essentially ward, the one who contacted you and brought you here, is he is also present. As is, I already said it today. Euralis is also here. She is kind of high up and working with the circle.
Hello.
Yeah. She recognizes you and just kind of extends a graceful and friendly nod in your general direction, so as to not alert anyone as to shared backstory or information.
I will
Okay.
also say, I'm just gonna try keeping it cool, but he's kind of geeking out a bit because these are like
Yeah,
the creators of a lot of spells.
I tap Catch on the foot and be like, look,
This is essentially
I
Ketch's version.
know that you are going to be all jittery and like fandom falling all over
Oh no,
yourself,
Ketch is keeping it profesh.
but be
Ketch isn't
like,
like,
you
yeah.
can drool on them after we're done talking. I don't
No,
mind watching it. It's
I,
just let this happen
Ketch
first.
Ketch wasn't like openly like doing anything. It's just like, you
I
know,
saw how you were when what's his name showed up at lunch.
oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it is Mordecai who showed up at lunch.
And the other one individual who is here is sort of a scribe, just kind of quickly taking notes. They're seated kind of towards the back of the chamber, so as to just kind of be in shadows and just like so that they influence and impact the conversations happening here at the absolute minimum.
Like at court.
Mm-hmm. That is essentially their job. They are just the court scribe. Okay.
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 Olo. Anyways, so I
As you are all seated and welcome to the chamber. Mordenkainen kind of looks out and welcomes you, and one of the things that he says, one of the very first is that we owe you a great debt. It is thankfully not every day that one of our members is gravely wounded in battle, and it is even less frequent that we encounter scenarios where our wards and magics prove ineffective.
Yeah, this circumstance was very. I mean, look, I'm a bard, not a traditional magic user. I know some things, but this has been interesting.
It is very informative, really. I don't know how much experience you all have with that sort of magic, but I, for one, as a wizard, found it very eye-opening and soul-opening, and
A few other
yeah,
things, you know.
a few other things got opened during the whole fiasco.
Anyways, um, so I have to ask right now, and I know several of you are very influential people in the magic learned community.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the people that run this place that are here, is everybody here that's present necessary? That's like it is it absolutely necessary that everybody is here?
Yes.
All right, just had to ask
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not gonna lie, what I've learned has got me guarded because I'm not sure who I can trust with this. And I between what I experienced and thinking about it last night, I've come to some conclusions that something needs to be done, and I'm going to be the one to do it.
Dramage is the one who will kind of stand to you first, and he's like, "We appreciate your apprehension and your diligent notes to protect your methodologies. We just merely wish to learn for ourselves as well as just collect a general understanding given light of certain recent tragedies and the perhaps nature and the nature that these sort of incidents could happen again. We just want to be able to take further precautions both for ourselves defensively and as far as recuperation
and for note taking and just general understanding of situation.
exactly. It seems as though you have found your way into varying sorts of arcana that are
Unfamiliar?
that would be the word I would use to describe it.
Yes, they are strange. And I don't know. So I'll be like, okay, so how far back do you really want me to go with this? Like my first experiences with it, or about the time I met you? How much would you like to know?
Anything that you are willing to divulge, we would be most gracious to bring in for consideration and understanding.
Okay, so
You guide us along. Tell us the story where you believe you understand it best and in the order you think is best. We will ask questions along the way, but we will try and
I
leave it to you.
I have decided not to share any of my notes at this time, but I will say I will share the story of how I've discovered this. Okay, so I start to tell about how we got kind of sucked into the other world. Just a general where we discovered this language and these, our experiences there.
Okay.
And then I go into just wanting to discover what the symbols and collecting them along the way, and my discovery that they weren't just symbols of letters or numbers or things like that, but they had a specific meaning behind each of them.
The
And
first question that they would have upon you kind of mentioning the transportation would be if you could let them know who facilitated it.
like how we got to the black desert.
Yep.
Okay, as Desi does not remember,
It
so
was
Tsubaki does not remember.
these dark robed figures. Undead, I think, is kind of fair to say. Shades. Shade Reavers.
Yeah.
They carry these poles with lanterns on them.
Also, what do you know about star travel?
A very limited amount. We've dabbled with it. A couple of our explorers have been tinkering with different methodologies. Why do you ask?
Well, I believe when we first got misplaced within the realms, one of the people who were our captors at the time was sprawling a map that seemed
Captors?
to
That's
map-
mean. Oh, wait. There were captors at some point.
There were captors at before we met the traveling group. Yes.
You hear a couple of people have a bit of a chuckle with that.
Yeah.
Wait, that's mean. Oh wait, no, they were captors.
Yes. They were making what looked like a star chart map. In fact, I copied two of them down. One that he was working on, one that was like on the table ish, and you know what? I'll put down the map that one of them the one that he was working on, and like drawing whenever Aristotle was in there,
Okay.
as I best copied it.
Okay.
Yeah, this was probably something. I don't know what each of the planetary masses align because I've hence not been able to find the star system that they were working with, as far as in relation to our plane. Also, after that, do any of you know a wizard by the name of Rin? Rynn. Rhyn. Excuse me.
We've never heard of this Rin before.
Well, are you guys aware of the Black Tower? That was
Ren was at that Black Tower, yeah.
in fact, I believe he was the one that attacked Ramage.
Yeah.
What's everyone's passive insight?
Passive insight?
Also, I hadn't said it yet, but I wanted to make an.
We don't have passive insight.
10 plus your insight modifier.
mine is
Catch, since you're
13.
intentionally doing this, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Okay, I hadn't said it yet, so I was cool with
Yeah.
whatever.
14?
Mine's 13.
Nat 20, baby!
Woo!
Nat 20 plus 2.
Okay. There seem to be stoic faces around. There is definite interest as Ketch is drawing the map. Ketch, you pick up on a couple of them that there is, as you are drawing this map, there is great uncertainty and recognition.
Is that the other planet?
You get an idea that this map has been shared around, but it probably hasn't ever left this room before.
Wait, what map hasn't left this room?
The one that you drew, like the people who are here, generally there seems to be an understanding and knowledge about it.
Oh, okay.
But
Gotcha.
of people who are outside of it,
No.
Gotcha.
no.
It was made by. It was currently in creation, so I think it was someone who was mapping out outside of, this plane, and I'm not quite sure exactly which star or whatnot they would have hailed from. It is more or less all up in the air currently. And I can tell by some of your faces that this is of importance in some way. If you would like, I can also give you another map that is slightly less detailed, granted, because we had to go in the rush, but I was able to make that was already on the table. It looked also unfinished.
Okay. Do you produce it?
Can I get their reaction first and gauge?
Apprehension, but there is the more information that you are willing to provide, they will take it all. Anything that you are able to give, 100% they are there.
I will gladly produce this, but first I feel like we should get to the heart of the topic at hand and talk about Dromage's illness and skip forward a little bit to exactly when we encountered.
Let's get back on topic.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, basically catches saving the conversation.
The
for-
Echo, yes.
Yes.
Yep. So we landed in the Echo. Blah blah blah. I know I'm hesitant.
weren't the only ones there, and we weren't the first or the last.
Yeah.
There are people going there now?
Not willingly, for the most part.
Well, the
But
black-
except for the people in the tower.
yeah, the
in-
people in the Black Tower were coming and going from there randomly.
Their names were Bryn, Iviar, and Kaz, if that means anything to you.
There is an understand. They do recognize one of those names.
Kaz? Yeah.
Who would it be? Who would say? Who would come forward and say it? It would be J-Artsy. She would be the one who would. Koss was working with a band of mercenaries when we first encountered him. They were useful. We paid them good coin, and they collected several bounties for us.
Well,
Cobalt
Interesting to
Lancers?
I'm sorry? No.
Cobalt Lancers?
I think I've heard stories of them, and then another one will at the table will speak up. Oh yeah, they've got a small presence around the continent. Seems to be a rather new group. Just trying to. Seems like they're trying to put some organization among different forces here. We have people keeping eyes on them. No, he was with a bit of a company. What was their name? Hearts, I think.
we don't.
Bleeding Heart of Asphodel?
That's the one. Yeah.
Wait. Is that the name of the book I have?
That's the bandit people.
Oh.
That's the tower that the bandit people you fought were at. They were not members, but they were there. But yeah, no. Koss was a member.
Okay.
Okay.
So we were at Bone Grove when the tower exploded, right?
Thank you, Dramage.
All in a day's work.
Well, that was all. I commemorate you because those guys had been pissing me off seriously.
And me.
Yep. And I was very, very happy to see you blow that thing up. But inevitably, the man that we all know as Ren is the one who caused your injury to you.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, what was the spell? It was a runic circle. And I believe, what was it, lightning something?
It was a runic circle with magic effects and echo shards as ammunition.
Yeah, so, I produce an echo shard and place it on the table. These are what he fired at you.
Dramage will take it very carefully.
Please give
We've-
it back once you're done.
Found several of them in the echo while we were there. We believe he went there and picked some up as well, and goes there himself, or sends Iviar and Kaz there to get more as needed.
This also brings me to a, how should I say, a request of mine. See, these echo shards don't have any, they seem inactive. while this one, and I pull out the stealth echo crystal that we got. I forget where we got this but we got it a little back, and whenever it was inserted into Ketch's
That
neck,
was
it,
just
like,
an echo shard I shoved in there.
Mm-hmm.
oh well.
Yeah, you don't have any complete ones that have just gone dark, I don't believe.
Yeah.
Though you would have, like,
But-
fragments and pieces of them.
Yes. But there was one specifically that, like, made Ketch stealthier, I believe, correct?
Yes.
That was just an echo shard.
Mm-hmm. They have different
When we
abilities.
tried other echo shards, they didn't work, did they?
I have an entire random table of different effects that they can give.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Never mind. I thought we tested multiple ones and some of them just didn't do anything.
Some of them might not have done things that you detected.
I think we just did the one, and when it didn't really work, took it back out.
Noted.
And then try
Okay.
again.
I have 17 echo shards I want to do some tests with now.
Well, I'm glad that
Okay.
that table I created might get some use.
Use.
Okay, yeah, I
Well-
completely didn't realize, Andrew. I apologize.
No,
about
it's all
that.
good.
There is
Okay,
something
it's
I
about-
learned about the shards while I was working on Drawmage.
Mm-hmm. Oh?
Yeah. So each crystal is its own sentient being. I don't know how sentient. It's like a collective consciousness, but each one represents its own voice, its own life. I would like to say. I don't know how else to describe it because each one speaks differently. And they're alive, and those people use them in the worst possible way. It was terrifying. Not only what it did to you, but what it did to them. And I have decided that something I'm going to start doing is finding and collecting as many of them as I possibly can and storing them away from people that would misuse them.
Uralis will be the one to next kind of chime in. Any tool in the wrong hands is a weapon.
Understandable.
We hope to maybe one day work with you to prove that ours are not. But I would also give you something of a cautionary bit.
Yes.
For if you are going around and collecting these echo shards, you are creating a larger target on your back for anyone who seeks to find them. You're
Well-
merely stockpiling them for whenever someone...
That's true, but at the same time, I kind of have a plan. Sort of. So, the echo shards are part of the lost system being. I don't know how to describe it. That came from the place, the echo.
Civilization?
Yeah. And I would like to recreate it or find a way to recreate it here somehow, somewhere.
Well, it or their language?
No, not just their language. I want to take the echo shards and put them in a place where they can re-thrive and grow in abundance because I have this feeling if we could get something to come back to life, the knowledge and the understanding would be immense. I know I've probably said this over the course of days that I can barely perceive this, but what I do perceive is I don't know. it's something worth thinking about. And I know maybe it makes me a target, maybe that's true. And I feel terrible because I've experimented with them and I have caused damage to them, and I feel very unfortunate about that at this point. Not understanding what they were and still not completely understanding because I want to know more, is basically it. And
I mean, not
yeah,
understanding is the first step of learning and growing. Another at the table will speak up. I feel like it is. I feel like it is a bit of a tenuous idea to introduce a predator species into a rather saturated ecosystem. I
that's
wonder
true.
what sort of dangers and imbalances would be caused by
That's fair.
granting asylum to them here.
I don't know. I I don't know. I'm out of context. I'm thinking about the one I met with Catch. And I want to say something, but at the same time I don't want to give anything about Catch away.
At this point, Ketch doesn't even know about this.
That is true. Ketch could not see anything. He saw that you
But
were kind of interacting with shadow and shapes, and it seemed like you were kind of pushing yourself further, but not
Like,
the
if you
actual
bring this up,
inmates.
Ketch will be just as surprised as anyone else at this
okay.
table.
So I kind of sort of interacted with one of them while I was in the space where I was trying to get to Dramage. And they imparted some very much needed wisdom to me to do what I did to help you. Did I sacrifice for it? Yes, I did. But
Um,
I felt like it was worth it.
Ketch looks at
as
you like,
as
well,
also a note, when you mention that they seem to all kind of be connected in mind, Euralis kind of turns to look at Zagra and see your reaction.
Hmm. Also, surprise. I guess I'd say.
Okay. There
I
is a bit
think
of an apprehension in her. Sorry, back Subaki.
um I mean, I didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me like we did the first time when we met them in the other place. Like it was different because we did meet one of them, right?
Yes.
Like yeah, like that one seemed hostile, but it was like this crazed at the end of its life kind of, you know, living to survive kind of situation.
There are these creatures are alive in this other realm.
Yeah. Well, there was one.
Maybe there was at least one. Once.
Yeah. And as I said, somehow I communicated with one in that space, and I don't know. I would have liked to see what else it had to teach me.
There's just kind of an unsteady pause as they're processing, understanding.
I also say For as much as it helped me to save you, I also felt like it wanted me to save as many of those shards as I could.
The question is why, though.
That's true. Maybe I am completely off my rocker and maybe this is a terrible idea. So, once again, I'm the most skeptic person in the world. I would never just do something. Well, okay, that's not true, but I I would think about it first. And there's a lot more that I need to learn about the runes that I've been using to perform this bit of magic.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, right now the major pause is me just trying to.
Figure out what's next.
Right, because I've got 8 different characters in my mind. And each one of them would definitely be thinking slightly different
One of them
things.
wants to talk.
Yeah.
Which one wants to talk?
Okay. As a general look across the 8, what are each of them looking as if they're feeling? That's just what Subaki. What is Subaki observing from the 8 at this point?
Um. Okay. The primary thing is that they would want. The primary thing that they would want is they would like to try and get hands-on experience. They want to. I mean, you have these shards, which is exemplary in showing kind of where you've been and kind of validating what the things that you've said and you've made. But they want to,
Experience,
yeah,
hands on.
This is essentially like the new scientific discovery of like a physics lab.
right.
Everyone wants to be a part of this research project a little bit. Is what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, that is a very succinct
Who
way of
seems
putting it.
to be the most eager and who seems to be the most apprehensive?
Jayertzi seems to be the most okay, having seen a good bit of it during that one dive that the two of you did. The one who seems to be probably the most apprehensive. I mean, that would be Dromage. He would be the most apprehensive.
I mean, he was basically in these things, like very deep for like what, a week, a few days.
More than
Yeah.
a week.
Yeah.
Sometime.
I think, but otherwise it would probably be Mordenkainen who is the most intrigued.
Okay. So, you all want to know what I know, right?
Yes. Yeah, no, anything that you are willing to provide, like, I know you said you were not interested in sharing notes, but
I'm willing to teach 2 of you.
okay.
Jazira is definitely one of them. I say that.
Okay. I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Because you've definitely been there through every step of this journey, and you're the only one who could go as far as you did with me aside from Ketch. Like I actually wasn't even expecting Ketch to quite get so far, but Ketch got pretty far. And I don't know how you feel about it, Drawmage. You seem hesitant. And I do understand that your experience was bad, but do realize that your experience was bad because somebody did that to you, not because of. As far as these materials go, yes, I have made mistakes. I temporarily injured Ketch with them once before I even knew what I was doing.
Yeah, it was kind of out of the blue.
Catch, where do you keep the shards on your person? Or
Uh,
do you like have them on the table or show them, or?
oh no, I've kept those away because I feel because they sort of showed the shards before anyway, so I didn't
Mhm.
feel like it was necessary. But they're probably in one of my backpacks, like side pockets.
Okay,
Probably if I had to guess, the left side.
gotcha.
And
I take it you've kind of set your stuff down. Wait, would that be back in your room, or would?
I assume it probably wouldn't be, especially since I've been pulling out my maps and stuff. Like I probably have it. But yeah, right now it's probably sitting. You know that thing when you're like pulling out stuff from your backpack, but you don't want to set things on the table, so you kind of have it in your lap and you're like rifling through it, reverse style. That's
Mhm.
what Ketch did whenever he was pulling out the map. So right now the runes are kind of on his right thigh, not out of the backpack, but like still, you know.
Gotcha. Oh no, I always mean like the intact ones that you have.
yeah,
Yes, they are in the backpack, left side, like
Okay,
right by the thigh.
gotcha. Okay,
Do they
good to know.
start glowing?
No, they're just kind of they're just kind of there. I was just curious for my sake.
Oh no,
I
that's fair.
I
I
do.
was half joking with the glowing thing.
Mm,
Yeah,
I mean, they do have a faint glow to them, but that's just normal.
yeah, yes. As an echo shard does.
Hmm.
yep. And I do want the one that I handed Dramage back.
Okay, he will pass it back.
All right. Um. How else? I look at Ketch and I look at Zagra and I'd be like, is there anybody else in the room that you guys particularly trust?
Uh,
A couple of there's a couple people who kind of have like a little bit of an eye roll, but they understand why you're asking.
Honestly, at this point, like Catch understands like where they're coming from with
Yeah.
like the whole trust thing. It's like essentially we're saying to a group of friends essentially that
Hmm.
like, hey, I don't trust you, you or you, but I trust you two. While they all kind of know each other, and it's like,
Hmm.
Can
yeah,
I get a
I get that.
read on what your Alice wants me to say?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Ooh, 23?
Okay. Euralis is definitely in the camp of this could be a very useful weapon, and I think we would do our best. We would be in the best position if if as many people as possible that we trust could learn how to harness it.
Also, can I get just a basic gist of something as well?
Sure.
Like, what is everyone's reaction to this as like a weapon? Like, who's the military like person here who's like wanting like I know with everything of like, oh yeah, this could be weaponized, for good. But like, is there anyone specifically who is already sort of looking,
Um,
listening to us talking about, war effort?
Most of the mages, they kind of fall into this sort of creative type where there are lots of ideas that you can kind of see rolling around in different circuitry and different, like, you can see the gears turning on, like, ways to automate different spells or to basically just kind of like create new different artifice.
Yeah. Makes sense. But no one specifically like for war efforts.
Warmongering.
Yeah. Warmongering is a good word.
Warmongering specifically, no.
Yeah.
But as far as using them in combat, that would you would probably get that idea and kind of see the kind of staunch look for Euralis, who you actually wouldn't have been introduced, but Zagra does seem to have like a connection to.
Do I have I seen Euralis?
You've seen her around, but she's kind of furtive and kind of keeps to herself.
Okay.
But she seems most curious about practical applications that do not require as much research.
I
Let's
would
just
like
put this thing in a sconce and light it.
before we go any further with this, I would also like to put the fact that the brain dudes were here at your campus out there.
The brain dudes were also at Bone Grove, by the way.
Yeah, but like specifically here, because
yes,
that's what is
they
making
know.
me so apprehensive to trust. Because
It could be any one of us. It
you
could be you.
be.
It could be me.
I mean, I'm not trying to offend any of you, but pretend to be blunt. And that's the thing that I'm. Have you guys done anything about that? Have you even checked yourselves for this?
We have. There have been
Okay.
several different precautions in this environment. Euralis will also pipe in. We were able to cut one down, and should any others present themselves, we will cut them down faster.
One more
Very
in addition
much.
to the other, or
I also talk about not only Bone Grove, but the place my fan mail came from too, saying that there was a potential attack over in that direction as well.
We've been seeing some different presences of the Underdark manifest themselves.
I think I
Different
have something
gateways.
to show you.
I was
But-
about to say, didn't Sagra have a map?
I think I have something to show everybody.
Okay, I was like, did she show us the map or not?
And I am going to pull out and lay down the map of Underdark entrances.
Okay.
Found this in where the Mind Flayer had taken up residence.
Yes, we were talking with Lord Sewell about this before.
Sorry, Lord Sewell's the Mind Flayer.
He wasn't always one.
I'm. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Do we know how long he was one though?
We tasked him with well, he was going out collecting different samples and researching the different prominences of these sites. Some of them are significantly more recent than others, and we wanted to figure out why. Here.
It's a bit of a stretch, but I believe wherever that tower goes, an Underdark entrance opens up. And maybe they're drawn to it, or they're intentionally doing it. But that seems to be the connection.
I believe the Wizards of the Black Towers are opening. The Black Tower, the ones that, whatever they're associated with, I believe they're the ones doing this.
The one that I destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Also, while we're on sort of back on the subject with the black towers and obelisks and such things. How familiar are you all with fungal growth cities with sort of a mind of its own?
I've heard stories of some elves mastering that towards the grounds of the Fane, but generally not much.
I don't know. In here, actually, I have something to show as well. I've sort of been this group's cartographer, I guess, mapping out where we've been, just as a pastime once away from spells. But this is sort of the general layout of the the what did we call it again?
The Echo?
The Echo. This is sort of the general map layout of the Echo. Each line representing a turn space, etc. But in there was also a fungal city, which I was able to communicate to a little bit by connecting via arcane means, and it seemed still alive. And honestly, I only ask if you all know about this sort of city layout because it has very similar layouts to your castle as max efficiency goes.
You see Mordenkainen have a little bit of a chuckle in that. Efficiency in what manner?
The layouts were. How should I put this?
Every time we crossed one of these lines, we would be in a very different area, but it also was the same area.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the plane itself. I'm talking about the mushroom city under. At one point we were there.
Yeah, a city made of mycelium.
Yes. It was
about those boundaries. That's actually. Could you expand on that further?
Oh, yes. Oh, you want me to?
Because
You did the research on that stuff.
I was stoned for most of that research, by the way.
Yeah, you were. You were.
So, from these red dots here,
right.
If you ever crossed past one of them, you would wind up at the other. When you travel across one of these lines here, which were constantly shrinking and growing from right to left, as this map layout has, it will reflect you. So say you are going in a straight line here, and I point to like the map, you would actually end up going in a straight line all the way up till you hit this, and then refract, almost like a mirror, a slight degree. Normally this degree is somewhere between 10 and 100 degrees. I was mapping out as far as what we experienced.
See a couple of them kind of lean over towards and kind of whisper like. Sounds broken.
Yes, it was almost like being in a shattered mirror. I feel like is a good way to describe it.
Hey, Andrew, how
Yes?
much does this 3D shape of the map look like Ketch's stone?
There's similarities.
Okay, cool.
Ketch's stone is kind of just Ketch's stone. Each of the echo shards kind of has its own unique shape. Tsubaki,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll me insight.
Ooh.
And just for like the general understanding, this is a map of when we were there. The lines were constantly changing, like they were
Right.
slowly
18.
moving.
Mm-hmm. 18. Tsubaki, you would kind of recognize this general shape in 3 dimensions. During your concert performance when you first figure out control.
Oh yeah. I haven't told anybody about that one. I think about that for a minute, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna keep that one for the people I decide to teach this to.
Okay.
All right, so yeah. So okay, so I will butcher the name no matter what I do. Jaira? Is it Jaira?
Jayertzi.
Jair? See, I told you I'm going to butcher it no matter what I do.
Blame the 90s.
They were terrible.
Blame
I grew
the
up there.
90s or blame fantasy?
Honestly, both. I love the name. It's so cool, but like it is hard to say. Yeah.
I was about to say the guys from the '90s grew up in the '80s, so that's where I really blame it from.
Like,
So it's like,
you know, when I was trying to figure out this campaign, I've spent so long trying to figure out how to pronounce her name. It's kind of crazy, but like I think that this is the most correct way, just phonetically.
so I have this thing called National Reader, and you can throw it into a document and pop it up, and it'll read it for you.
Right, but I don't like to do that. I like to do that I do that myself.
All right.
Yeah, no,
Well, I'm bad at pronunciating things, as you know.
Also, Gilertzi, sorry.
I took the double L kind of as a Y sound from Spanish, and then the TZ for the Z sound from like an Americanized German. So it just kind of flows nice. Jayertzi.
Yeah. Jayertzi.
Yeah.
According to Kaplarian philosophy, gives a friendly, poised, affectionate, or quick as a name, as far as name meaning.
I'm betting that's where they got it from. Yeah.
How my brain works is I read the way I see it.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it reads Jailer Zia.
Yeah.
If I were to read it the way English works instead of the way English thinks it works.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, you gotta understand. Sometimes when I mispronounce it, it's because I look at it and I'm like, if I were to pronounce that, I would get it so wrong.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of L's. And yeah, no, I get it.
Just think that name is right next to Otto.
Which is that one I know that one. So
Yeah.
like, but yeah.
Anyway, back on topic.
Okay. Anyways,
Back on topic.
so as I said, I'm gonna teach her,
Okay.
and you know what? Just for you, Kedge, I'm gonna teach Mordecai it.
All right.
And then you can come along with me. Zagra, do you want to come with me?
Oh.
Yeah, I asked because I know you're a not magical, and I like.
No.
But I feel like lately I've offended you by not asking here. You're like, want to?
I feel like last session it was mainly a joke.
It's like the open invitation is there if you want to.
I'm good.
Okay. I will say if Ramage really wants to, I would, but I know he's apprehensive, so if he wants to, I'm going to say the invitation is open to him, but if he's not willing to deal with it, I'm good with that too.
Mm-hmm. He would take it up, but more to watch and just kind of observe.
Okay. Alright. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
I would like you to have yourself against this. And
Right.
honestly, as I've said before, I'm not a wizard. I'm a bard.
Mm.
And your understanding of how magical processes work will probably benefit how fast I learn things. And there's a few things I'd like to maybe tweak and modify to see what I can do with. But yeah,
All right. I suppose then. Where would you like to work with us on this?
okay. I figured you and Dramage would have the most as secure lab or uh, workshop. Workshop's the word I'm going to use that we could use. I would only trust
Nope.
one of the two of you guys. Whatever
Oh, I think
workspace
I'm
you
gonna.
guys
Okay.
would use would be okay.
Okay. I We can absolutely put something like that together. Give me just one moment. And you watch as Mordenkainen kind of begins to. Um, he pulls out this sort of crusty looking wand. It seems to be mostly organic. And then he pulls a couple of gems out of it and kind of begins to shift them around. And then eventually he will put it in a circle and kind of just quickly trace some symbols with his finger, and you watch as a door kind of apparates towards the back of the room near his seat.
Ooh, I got to learn that spell.
All right, so I don't know what you're gonna do, Zagra, but we're gonna go with the fancy wizard people and learn some otherworldly magic.
Also, while we're on the subject of spatial travel, I was wondering, is there any way we might reunite with one of our companions via teleportation to get them here at some point?
We can absolutely make something like that work. It's best if you would have something of their person that we can use to route back to them.
Oh yes, yes, definitely. Let me check. I believe Zace gave me a bone at some point. It wasn't like an important bone. It was like a fish bone. Uh, yeah. Would something like that work?
Absolutely.
Okay. Here. And I give them a fish's rib bone, as I have it marked in my inventory.
Okay. They look at you like that's a bit weird, but okay. Well, we can work with this.
They're
Don't
kind of
question
into
it, you'll
bones.
see when he gets here.
Are you looking to bring him here, or are you looking to head over to
Yeah.
where he is?
Well,
I
I
suppose
guess
we should decide that first.
yes. Should we? I can send a quick message to him and see if he is interested in joining back at all. I suppose.
Okay.
That works.
I'm just gonna send a message to Zace right now. Uh, hello Zace, this is Ketch. It has been a while. Would you like to return to the company? Uh, we are now in a safe part of and I forget how to pronounce this town's name right now.
Arungar?
Arungar?
Aaron Arungar. And that's it.
Okay.
You can respond to this message, etc.
Shortened version, do you want us to pick you up?
Zace, you are listening for Mari and kind of just speaking your words to them as you hear the wind battering on the sides of the building. And then all of a sudden, Ketch's voice pops up into your mind. And you think you hear Mari kind of making sounds, and then all of a sudden it's just Ketch.
Hello.
I think Zace is just gonna feel like he's out of his mind, or maybe he's just so anxious. He's just gonna be like not comprehending what just happened, or like what is even that message. Probably just like went through one ear, went out the other. To be honest, in that situation, maybe like if I don't know how sending works. Is it by the mind? If it's like by spoken, maybe you'd hear Zace like talking to himself, being like, "Mario, you're okay." But if it's like by the mind, maybe it's just you got like a reply of just freaking out. I don't know.
It's what it's the next 25 words that you say.
And you just hear like he's talking to Mari.
All right. I'm gonna send a second message
What?
and say, "Excuse me, Zace. This is Catch, real Catch, not just in your mind. Please tell me if you would like to be picked up. I can you hear this?
You
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 can
just hear
respond by
cat
talking."
Zace like being like Mari. I hope you are okay. I, I don't know what. Then you're just gonna send another text being like, bro, come. Can you imagine?
Bro, come home.
Yeah, come home.
So what do you say back?
It's
I
just
said-
for Mari. Zace isn't going to
I-
understand.
I'm not gonna like leave Mari behind either way. If like you give me that option, you know.
I mean, you'd be able to bring Mari with you, I assume, with their
Re-
teleportation.
Really?
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned Mari.
Yeah, you guys
We
haven't
have
like
not.
I mean, I assume they'd be cool with like, hey, we have a friend we need picking up. They have a pet. I mean, I don't feel like it's not like air travel.
But
You,
here's the
you,
thing:
you don't
would
need
they
a
be
carry
cool
on.
with a Tarask in a city?
I mean, it's
They're
we don't
bound
know.
to know
wouldn't
what that
mind.
is.
Wizard like
That's
coming
fair,
and
but I
like
mean,
saving this
I-
hurricane though
yeah.
in this whole
If a
village.
beholder knows what that is, these guys definitely know.
That is true.
Okay, I'm gonna send my last sending spell.
Oh, I'm sure we wouldn't mind an epic wizard coming to save this village.
Um,
Did you send that back?
I'm
Like, did
not.
you say that out loud?
I'm not sure if even Mari's coming in. DM Andrew.
Mari would definitely be able to make it with with different transportation spells. Yes.
It's like I don't want to be like in the middle of a hurricane and zapped in like just like calm place with a bunch of people. Super awkward. Like not without Mari. I'm crying about.
It's that one scene from Doctor Strange where coming out of the portal with just like a snowstorm behind him.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry about
I-
that. Actually, no, do, but like not right now.
Okay.
25
last
words, catch.
sending. Last
20?
sending message.
I'm
Zace, please talk to me. This is Catch. Would you like to be? Would you like to have a teleportation to you to get you here or us there? Haha. Perfect.
okay. I need to count my words now. Can I say hurricane? Hurricane. Uh, only if Mari can come. That's 6 words. People in danger. That's 10 words. Um. Um. Uh.
You're pooping?
I'm,
Sorry, I had to.
Good. Yeah. It's
I
a good
don't.
one.
I'll sing. There's a compilation you must watch.
Okay. Yes. That is sort of my reply. I think.
All right. Confirm, kind of, from Zace. Um, he is
I'll be back, guys.
in a hurricane, as far as I can tell. So sooner rather than later might seem good, I believe.
You're
Also,
the
I
only
guess
Mari.
while we're on the subject, can he also bring his friend, companion, beast as well?
Oh, sure. We've had several creatures come through here. A
Okay,
couple of wolves, a couple of foxes, some cats.
it's a
Shouldn't be
little
any
bit
issue.
bigger than that, but we'll get to that when we get there.
I'm just gonna
Um,
start flipping to that one page of the Beholder's book and just have like my thumb bookmarking that page.
Okay.
Lord.
all right.
No, oh my god. If something,
Oh
what if
yeah.
they start attacking us? Oh, I can't take
This
Mari from a bad situation to
uh,
another.
this is ready. Whenever I assume.
If Mari's there first. Oh, no, no.
So do you want them to begin like readying a gateway or to like find Zace or
Well, it would be nice. I believe he is in the hurricane, so I'm not sure how urgent it is. He seemed honestly pretty calm with it, so I guess at your leisure.
The first messages, replies were me begging for my child to be okay. Yes, pretty calm.
You're calm about the hurricane
Yeah,
in itself.
hurricane, completely fine.
Mari in the hurricane?
Pain. No.
Okay. All right. Let's begin. Let's do some switching around here. First thing that they will do is they will take the fishbone, which is tiny. But
Yeah.
you watch as they kind of pull this orb off of their staff, and there are several people kind of watching them as they do this, just kind of sitting around at the table waiting, kind of seeing what'll
Who is
happen.
they?
I mean, everyone who is at the table right now was those who were left after the meeting.
Pretty much anyone here can cast this spell, I assume.
That is true.
Fair enough.
A couple of them, primarily Bigby and Otto, they seem kind of like they're gonna get everything pulled together and begin to kind of bring their things together to kind of head out with different notes and ideas.
I'll pick my maps and stuff up as well.
Okay.
I want my map back.
You can get
Yes.
it back. Okay, but first things first is there's going to be a scrying spell, just to see where Zace is.
What do they see?
Um,
Hard to get a
you
connection there.
you watch as this orb kind of begins to flicker and
Back.
pulse, and there are swirls of arcane around them, and their eyes seem to kind of glow with this deep violet color. And you see just kind of these wisps of black and violet rolling around the orb. Before I see your friend? All right. This might be a little bit risky. If we're going to bring them back, let's go ahead and let's head over to a more all-purposes chamber.
That is.
That's
Did they see
wise.
Mari? Did they see Mari? Dang it, I'm not there
I-
to ask.
Um,
Mhm.
okay. And as the spell seems to come to an end, you just kind of feel this large whoosh of air around the chamber.
Did someone fart?
What?
Hmm?
The
Sorry.
dog side in the
Bitch
background.
made joke.
Ha, ha, ha.
Okay. Um. So you kind of get pulling everything together. Um. It seems as though. Well, Euralis is going to stay at the table, but there are. It seems like everyone's kind of breaking up and beginning to head their own way.
Okay.
Severe, kind of, you see him kind of do a small sigillic gesture, and there's kind of a small, like, cutting of wind around him before he vanishes. Teleportation spell.
Okay, he's gone.
And it seems as though everyone else is kind of beginning to move towards their own stances. Catch, you are specifically working with Nistel, who is did the scry spell first and is going to lead you to a more all-purposes room to open a couple teleportation doors.
Okay.
Zagra, what are you working on or doing with this? As it seems like the meeting is essentially over, and people are kind of beginning to break up and head their own ways.
I guess I'll head with Pistol and Catch about getting Zace here.
Okay. And Zace, you have your bag with you? No, not Zace, Catch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm scared that you keep asking me about the bag.
What do you have in that bag?
I assume it's the
Echo
the
shards.
Echo shards, yeah.
One honesty.
Okay. Nistel will lead you to basically a small area of the garden. And there is a small area where there is a bit of a portcullis that has large viney areas near it, and he will open a door that is completely otherwise hidden, and lead you back towards a basically a smaller private area where he will begin to kind of trace out different runes here, and the three of you watch as these runes are kind of just traced upon the air on the ground, and after 10 minutes they will just kind of flare with this deep violet, and you are on the beach as winds are spiraling around you. You hear kind of just the buildings kind of
Holy.
creaking and swaying with as they are held together, and you see Mari kind of standing out, just kind of like grounding themselves. Mari is growling at the storm.
Ari, Zace, over here.
Does Mari notice that? Mari, do perception check. Mari, you're outside, so you probably see them better.
Mari would, with this kind of large flash around, kind of turn around and see, and yes, no, Mari would definitely recognize and kind of move towards them with a sense of relief, but
Yes.
there is something in the storm that has Mari distinctly unnerved.
What is going on?
Would you like to get out of here very quickly?
Wait.
Can the people who are like in the village come along?
Are you going to open the door and try and lead everyone out?
I don't know. I'm scared of even opening the door. Like, how far is that portal away? Like, how
A
many
teleportation circle takes 10 minutes to cast, and it can transport, I believe, 10 people. Maximum. Hang on, let me look
How
at the
far is
exact spell. Oh no, it's only 1 minute to cast. That's much better.
And isn't it like, is it 10 people? I thought it was 8.
It might be 8. There are certain hijinks that I have heard and about teleportation circles, and the numbers get confused in my head.
Yeah, fair.
Da, da, da. Shimmering portal. Any creature that is appears within 5 feet. No, it's just open. That's why. Now I have a lot of other questions about how things have worked in the past, but
We're
that's
talking about teleportation circle, right?
yeah, that's the 5th level conjuration, casting time of 1 minute, range of 10 feet.
It's just a door, basically.
Wait, hang on. I might be thinking of the teleportation spell.
Teleportation circle? Or just teleportation?
Yeah, no, he would have to do teleportation, the spell. One, because that would require the fishbone so that he could get on target.
Yeah.
It's still both ways, and so and there is no circle in the garden because it's a garden. You and 8 willing creatures. That's what it was. It was teleportation, the 7th level spell that I was thinking of, because I was like, because I was thinking back to the Mighty Nine. And I'm like, why did they have to do the Happy Fun Ball run, speed run, if they could just do a teleportation circle? No, because they had to use the teleport spell.
Technically, later in the season, Caleb did make a teleportation circle on, like, I believe it was some cloth.
Oh, right. Well,
whatever. But that was later.
No, I was just thinking of the elemental plane of fire, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
why did we have to send 3 people into that thing if they could just do everyone? Because it was the wrong spell I was looking at.
So it's fair.
That aside, Zace. These people are outside, and they have a limited number of people that they can bring. It would be Nistel casting the spell, but then there would be you, Ketch, Zagra, and Mari taking up 4 spaces. So you could bring 4 people if you wanted.
So who was ever brave enough to go? How far is it from the door? How long?
Yeah, what's the distance from the teleportation area to the shelter?
Probably about 15 feet.
Okay, so I could literally jump it. I could really take a couple steps.
A long jump, but yeah, in theory.
But that still is the question of, Zace, are you opening the door and heading out to them? Because the people there will try and stop you if you let down the the gangplank and make your way out.
I like
awful. Then I'd be putting other people in danger. Mari made it, right? Wait.
Mari was outside, so yeah.
Okay, so if I... How
We're here
long...
for you.
Yeah.
We're not here for the pet.
How long can I keep the door open without, angering people? If I literally just have it open for a second, sneak out of the door. Not sneak, but
Go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy. I don't have anything in that, I think. Yeah, nothing. Okay, let's just roll a 20. Give me a good number, please. I don't want to make these people angry. It's laggy.
It's fine.
You've got
I might
this.
have to
Taking so long. We have to go.
You just met them. You shouldn't care that much about them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't save everybody in this journey. That's just the folly
save
of
every person we meet.
I don't get.
Well, okay, unless you have the
And we
magic
can't
to do
care
so.
about the way every single person thinks about us.
Yep.
I do that as well. I got a 9.
I didn't even know you were with people. I mean,
I said people, but okay.
Anyways.
I got a 9 by the way.
Okay, a 9. They're gonna hesitate, and they're unkeen to let you out. But if it is just you, they will like kind of like allow the door to be opened very slightly, so that you can kind of squeeze yourself out and kind of make your way out. But
Okay, gotta do that quickly.
but as soon as they do, you see that the cable is immediately tense hard as the wind is and as the pressure is kind of pushing, and you have to push the plank out. And so even though the cables are looser, it requires significant effort to kind of move yourself through and kind of get yourself out. Go ahead and roll me a strength saving throw.
Okay, I should be pretty good at that.
You should.
Also, if this goes poorly, can I just get like enlarge, reduce just at the ready?
Okay.
Gonna make me small or something?
I mean, if it makes you fit.
Okay, I got a 12 plus 8, so I think that's 20.
That's a 20. From the plank kind of being pushed out and kind of essentially kind of coming back at you, you take a total of 3 reduced by half, so you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
But you are able to push your way through and leap yourself down towards the planks, and there is kind of water kind of rolling up and around and kind of catching you, and it stings a bit with the levels of salt. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. 6.
Perception. Oh my god, it's gonna be that ghost again.
They attacked by a water elemental?
Oh, that's a,
That is a thing.
Elementals
Well,
are very
hurricane-
much a thing.
well, yeah, they can make hurricanes.
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised.
I got
Between
17 plus
wind and
5.
water. Yeah.
17 plus 10, you said?
5.
Plus 5? That's still really good.
I don't know the number to be exact.
You watch as Nistel begins kind of swirling the magic around, getting the teleportation ready, and Ketch and Zagger kind of begin fading away into it as they making their way into it. As Mari also begins to move in and begin fading away, and very faintly on the horizon before you, as you are kind of turning away around, you see kind of a couple of trees moving offshore, just up in the air.
Trees in the air, like flying trees?
No, they seem rooted. It just you can't see what they're rooted to.
That's the wrong thing to see.
Come on, Zane.
I'm coming,
Oh,
I'm just
no.
confused.
And then you just and
Classic fantasy
this as the teleportation circle is ending on the other side, there is just storm winds and water that are just kind of whipping around as you are all thoroughly drenched, but all of it, but in it seems the snap of your fingers, the kind of deep gray and quick winds settles to a bright sun overhead and much calmer airs.
Wow, I have to admit, I am very glad we got to you when we did. What hurricane were you in? Like, how long were you there?
No idea. Mari and I were just traveling, and a hurricane came while we were traveling, and
Oh,
Mari, I'm
geez.
gonna give Mari a hug.
Mari,
How is
it seems relieved and just kind of back to their normal self.
Hey there, Mari. How's it going? You doing
Hey,
okay?
Mari.
This is
Oh,
your
my
pet?
This is my baby. This is Mari. Maritimus.
I warned you it would be a little bit bigger than the wolf.
I see. Speaking of which, for Ketch and Zagra, Mari is a bit bigger than when you last saw them. They have grown a bit. Not enough to change size, but there has been growth.
Hey, Mari. Who's a big girl?
I
Who's
Mari
a big
is
animal?
happy to. Mari is happy
need
to
to learn
see you and
to
just be
say.
surrounded by everybody.
I'm happy too now.
You know, traveling on the road day to day, like Mari always just seemed like Mari, but no, Mari has grown a little bit. It's kind of like if you had like the growth charts in your bedroom as a kid, and like, oh hey, today was a half an inch. It didn't look like any different. Last time I checked was like 6 months ago, but hey, yeah, half an inch. When
One
you're a
thing I
kid.
kind of want to figure out, just to combat the largeness of Mari at some point, is maybe get an item that can reduce Mari's size for fitting in doorways sometimes. If
Yes.
Mari keeps getting on this growth spurt, of course.
Uh,
I'm just
Zace,
gonna be
I'm just gonna whisper to Zace, do you want me to give him the full-ish story about how we found Mari? Or would you rather do it yourself, or...
This is gonna be like kind of confused because like doesn't know how much you've told them already because like they've already know about the echo, right? So it's like
More importantly, how have you been? You been okay?
Yes, how have you been?
Yeah.
Mari and I have explored a lot and made some discoveries, but we haven't really looked what we're looking for. We had a hurricane. We've lost some friends. Made friends, lost them.
Oh,
And together, most importantly.
The crunch.
the crunch.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but at least you're back safe and sound. I know we've only been venturing out for a little bit at this point, but it's good to have you back.
We did what we were supposed to do, and the guy's healed.
Yep.
Uh,
Ren.
I'm very surprised to hear that. Where are we?
We're in a magic academy in the city of Arungar.
Yes.
Oh,
Welcome
boy.
to the eye of the world.
Where did Ketch
Oh.
did I
Boy.
Whoa.
And Zace, as you were looking around, this city is one, massive, and two, it's a bit garish. There's a lot going on, and it's you have. I don't want to speak for you, but like at the same time, like you're familiar with like a lot more natural settings. Like
Mhm.
this is kind of insane. Like there
It
is
the most industrious city.
We
as,
took you
like,
from the middle of nowhere and dropped you in Vegas, baby.
you're not entirely wrong.
You ready to roll some slots? Rattle them
Welcome to
down?
Hogwarts.
Zeus is just looking at me like, oh boy. Where in the trees? How are we going to hunt here?
There.
They feed us.
Don't worry about her hunting. They feed us.
We had some lasagna for breakfast today.
It was questionable.
Zeus is gonna look at you like lasagna.
Oh yes, it's a delicious dish of like layered pastas and a meat and tomato sauce. Delicious. Not for breakfast.
And not
It
when it
can
tastes like
be.
licorice.
Just
Yeah.
smelled like it. Didn't taste like it. It tasted
Oh,
like
I thought
lasagna.
it tasted like.
No, it,
Just
it, it tasted like lasagna. Just smelled like licorice.
That was the
Licorice
Like
doesn't really smell, in my opinion.
I love
Isn't it?
licorice.
If you desperately need nature like me, there's a garden. You may not hunt in the garden, though, I would assume.
They have small animals, nothing that would be considered like prey and predator.
I mean, if you're hungry enough.
I mean, true, you would get a lot of
also-
looks.
There's a hero's feast, though.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The
And worst
rooms
comes to worst, I
are
believe we
huge.
still have some rations left in our pack somewhere.
Oh yeah. I'm
Um,
not interested in like keeping tabs on it. You would have it, and when you stock at major cities, you would be able to replenish it for
Yeah.
reasonable
like everyone's-
cost.
It's gonna look out of place.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're living here currently, and when I go, I'm taking whatever they have available with me. I'm sure they won't mind.
Um,
mean, they
Zace,
have
you think
food.
you look out of place? The entire party looks out of place here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Even
I
the
have-
wizard.
Oh, yeah.
I have somewhat of a wizard robe, nothing like they got, but
Mhm.
It's a little something. I'm like a travel wizard. These people are like towns.
Zygra's still in disguise, by the way.
Oh yeah.
We'll reach that when we get to it.
Hmm.
Oh,
Sorry, I was just updating with all of the new transportations.
We've been really
Yes.
teleporting around.
Where's Tsubaki? 'Cause I assume
I'm around. Don't worry, I'm here.
Sabaki's here. Sabaki's right here.
I'm
I know that. I'm asking like group. She wasn't there when I was talking earlier.
She's talking with some of the wizards about the far call.
The music.
Yes. Essentially, they want to know how to use it in case what happened to Dramage happens again, so they can fix it.
Fix it, Felix. Ooh, ooh.
Zeus was gonna be like nodding, but also like hugging Mari and just nodding, like very confused nods.
Well, I'm glad.
Oh
people-
yeah, I totally understand. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, would you like some Jello? I saved some from breakfast.
It has chicken and olives in it.
Yes.
Yellow. This cube has chicken in it.
Yes, try it. It is quite good.
Did you actually try it to be able to say that out loud?
I mean,
It's cool.
I like
That'll
it.
be surprising.
Okay.
So I will split it with Mari.
Mari will probably eat it. No
it's like
problem.
a single Jello
Uh,
cup.
I will eat it as
Really?
well. No problems.
Really, this would probably be perfectly fine for Mari. It's gelatin. It's animal.
Technically speaking, Jello is made out of bone.
Mhm.
So this is the perfect snack for both of you.
True.
Yeah, Mari and I are gonna split it.
So are marshmallows. Just so you guys know.
Marshmallows are actually made out of like
Gelatin.
the marshmallow plant. Well, it depends on which marshmallow.
Okay.
The, like OG marshmallows and like the good stuff is made out of the marshmallow plant.
I'm talking about the Jiffy Mix stuff.
Yeah, we're talking not the fancy stuff. We're talking mass-produced, drop it in your hot chocolate.
Yep. Yep. Those ones are made with Jello.
Nice.
I made them. They're good.
But yeah, no.
My sister has made some homemade marshmallows. Those are so good.
I made one tropical flavored. It was good.
It is your decisions as to whether or not you like the extensive Jello concoction.
Well, I probably are not like picky eaters.
That's completely fair. And you've never been here before. That, for all you know, that this could be like fine dining. This could be like the most normal thing ever.
I
Yeah.
mean, it was once considered fine dining,
That is
I
true.
would think.
I bet somewhere out there in this world, there's like some rich noble who every meal has some sort of Jello.
Hey, Mordecai, we have
No.
a question for you.
Speaking of, Tsubaki, you have Mordenkainen, Jayotzi, and Dromage.
Yeah.
They in a magnificent mansion.
Ooh.
Hey.
Nice.
Yeah. So, did I go off with them while Ketch was saving
Says?
Sace?
Yes.
Okay. I decide to wait for Ketch because I said I'd like
Oh.
catch in on it. He seemed eager to learn.
Yes. I would like.
I figured I'd give him that one.
As
He saved my butt in the far call place, whatever the place between things.
Catch, as you are kind of in the garden here with everybody, a bit wet, you're like, oh yeah, Tsubaki wanted me to work with them.
Oh yeah. BRB. Run.
Bye.
Zace and Zagra are together with Mari.
Yes. And right now, Nistel.
About how big is Mari right now? Just for a general, like about how tall feet wise.
Mari as a baby was probably waist high.
Big dog.
Yeah. Mari's
Small
maybe
cow.
gotten maybe about 6 inches taller.
Okay.
Yeah, small cow now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like much more than a miniature pony. Like miniature pony is probably about lunch sized.
Gotcha. Okay, got it. For reference.
Okay, so Catch, you hurry back to the chamber. The door is still there, and you kind of pull yourself through, just dripping in water and brine and sweat.
We got Zace back. It was hurricane season, I suppose, wherever they were, but Mari and Zace are now within the house or the mansion, castle, whatever you want to call this place.
Palace works. And that would be Mordenkainen.
Big fancy house.
Can't deny that.
Yep. Anyways,
So-
so I follow them to whatever work space they deem fit, while after waiting for Catch,
Mhm.
and I'd like to say we follow them.
Okay. I mean, they lead you to this version of Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. It is decked out as a nice place, but if you go around, you can tell that it is essentially sterile as far as like no sound is getting out. It is functionally its own demiplane.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tsubaki tests out the acoustics with a couple of notes. Kind of, likes to hear herself a little bit.
Okay. All right. As you do so, Mordenkainen will hand you the wand that he used to conjure it, and you see that the gems on it are able to be rotated around slightly, and if you do, it will change the scaling of the tower. So if you want to try and like dial in the acoustics, you can.
Instead of you moving around the tower moves around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started adjusting, looking for the right pitch and tone, and just the overall where I project from the absolute center of the room to the edges of the walls.
Okay. You are able to do so.
Oh man, I would do something for a room like this. That's fancy. I've played in a lot of fancy establishments, and by far, at some point in my life, I'm going to play here and back at the castle for all your people. Because
don't worry.
I'm already determined this. I've already got this going. I've been working on some songs. I am going to perform.
We have a gala coming up that you and your companions are most welcome to attend.
Nice.
Music isn't exactly my thing, but that is my.
You may watch.
Hobby is my would. What? I know how to play the flute a little bit, but that's about it.
You studied the recorder in grade school.
Yeah, essentially.
Tid.
I
The
know
game
how to,
kept trying to make me musical.
I know how to play the pan flute.
They somehow knows how to play the drum, actually.
I can whistle and sing without instruments.
All right. So, Subaki, how do you go about this?
So I guess are we like gathered around a circle, sitting around a table? Is this like a study session? What's the room like? Like what's going on?
We can get you a table if you need.
Um, yeah,
Sure.
You,
definitely
you are
gonna.
essentially the teacher in this situation.
I get this.
Anything you need.
I understand. It's like I would like a table, maybe some things to write on. Maybe a chalkboard and some chalk. You know.
Okay. If you hand the wand back to Mordenkainen,
I do.
okay, you watch
Don't
as
want
he
to, but I do.
twists a couple of the knobs, and you see that the floor kind of begins to rise up almost like out of a picture book, and kind of everything else just kind of wraps around underneath, and you get a large circular table in the middle of the room. And he will go over to a kind of area near nearby, open a door, and pull out a couple of chairs. And once again, they're very nice, kept very well. As far as like writing utensils and such, sure, why not? Let's do it. He will cast a spell, and you see this kind of shimmery barrier on one side of there as he casts Wall of Force, and you can kind of write on that.
Okay.
Ooh. I've seen those in schools where they have the
Hold
holy
right here.
wall. Oh. Anyways, okay. I'm impressed.
Yeah, no. If you just kind of trace onto it, you can get images to stay for a while, and the way that the spell works, he can kind of update it so that it will hold in permanence different notations until the spell is dismissed.
All right. Okay.
It's a variation.
So we're all sitting around. I assume people have their notebooks out, and so I just, you know what, being Tsubaki, she doesn't sit in the chair. She sits on top of the table so everybody can see her
Okay.
with her, sits cross-legged, and she's like, "All right, is everyone ready?"
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Please. Anything
Alright.
to work your way through this.
All right, so when we first got to the Echo, we discovered a bunch of ruins down below the fungal city, and I started copying down and memorizing as many of the ruins as I could, and I would just study them variously. And the one thing I noticed about them is they didn't make sense word-wise. And after studying them for so long, I discovered that I believe it was 48 different characters that made up 10 words is what I found. And each word does something different. And the best way to describe it is that as I started to play around, I discovered that they were very emotional based in nature. And I discovered that they were perfect for scaling into notes. That's what got me, the most excited, because the more I studied it, is like the more it sounded like music to me, and less it sounded like language or numbers or speech patterns. So I would just play around with the different runes for a little while, and well, that's when I first discovered that they had a reaction to people who actually do traditional magic? I I pause for any reactions to this, any questions.
Sounds like a teacher.
Nope.
Right. So you have found basically 10 of these manifestations overall.
Um, no, I found 11 now. I
11.
recently discovered one while I was at your school. That one I discovered in a far different manner than the others because the other ones were basically like pre-existing, already on the wall kind of situation, whereas this one I discovered it through trial and error. Once again, I pause for questions.
All right. So, what sort of things did you do when you were first starting out here? How did you get from where you are to where you are to where from where you were to where you are now? What
Okay,
was the process?
um, at first I thought the echo shards had some significance. I mean, the echo shards do react to the far call, but at the same time, it doesn't always. Like, not everything you say or do reacts. Like, it's not always a positive thing. Like, sometimes it was, things blew up, and then other times they just lit up
Oh,
kind of
don't worry. Some
situation.
things blow up all the time.
Yeah, I assumed you were people that were used to getting smoke blown in your face. A few experiments here and there, going wrong. Uh, the best way for me to explain it, um, like, um, I put my instrument. I open my case and pull out my my violin, and I show them what I did to it,
Hmm.
attaching the crystals and things like that, hoping that it would have helped me resonate with the far call better. I talk about my experiments with the crystals and things like that, and then I just I said, would it be all right if I play you guys something in the far call?
Absolutely.
All right, so I I think of the word that might do the least damage.
Okay.
um, though I'm quite fond of the command word. I have
They all
discovered
have
this.
power.
They
They
do
do
And
not
that.
take that lightly.
No, nope.
I
I'm not.
would
I'm.
also not like to be commanded again.
I know. I know that. So I I always feel like the restoration spell is always like, you know what, it's not meant to harm people, it's meant to protect. So I always yeah, I always go to that one, and I start thinking about it, and I start thinking about the word and feel what I've felt before, and then I put my bow to the violin. I even bring out one of the crystals to show the reaction. I want to see the reaction, not to make a reaction, but just like see how it reacts to Song of Restoration.
Okay.
And I
Do I
begin
need
to
to make a save,
play.
Andrew?
Huh?
I was just making a
Oh,
joke of
oh.
like, do I need to save yet?
I have a few questions first, but for one, Subaki, who do you give the die of inspiration to?
Um, inspiration. You know what? Um, I'll just give it to Catch, just to just to make sure. I don't want to impose on anybody I don't know very well, so
Okay.
As long as it's not command catch is cool with it.
it's
Or
not.
whatever that
It's
first
not.
one was.
That's what that was. Yeah, that was command. This one is when a creature with the die of bardic inspiration is deliberately affects treated by greater restoration. Your word of restoration denotes consuming the die and immediately nullifying the triggering effect. Once you invoke the word of restoration, you cannot evoke it until you a complete rest. So yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I decided to do it on catch because I'm sorry, you're gonna be my guinea pig right now.
I get it. Oi,
You
oi,
know, you know you love it.
no, I
You do
don't
it
know
to
that.
yourself all the time.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, you're always experimenting. Hey, you killed me. Literally, you killed me.
There are people,
Well,
the people around here who are watching this conversation happen are just like, what's going on?
it's a
Pain death.
Gotcha.
just saying.
It was when I was still learning it. I wasn't quite sure exactly all the ins and outs. I wanted to test it before I used it in the middle of, like, say, an encounter situation. But anyway, please continue.
All right. So yeah, I do the word of restoration. I try to describe not just the feeling behind it, but what it does for catch.
Okay.
What does this do to catch again?
As I just
The next debilitating effect you get, that would be cured by greater restoration or lower, is automatically purified, and the die of bardic inspiration is spent in doing so
Nice. And how long does this last?
until you take a long rest.
Oh, sweet. So if I just never sleep again,
Yeah, basically.
yeah, I can live for what, 8 days until exhaustion kicks in and kills me.
6.
Six.
Oh,
six.
six.
I was
Never
like,
mind. Even less.
and
Actually, it
I've
would
already
consume on the first one, so that would be 7.
Oh, that's fair.
Because I believe greater restoration cures one level of exhaustion once per day.
Heck yeah.
If not, that's how it should work.
um. So I'm waiting for the reactions in the room, and
Okay. You can see that they both have spells active to detect magic. Catch, you would definitely recognize that sigil.
Yes. While I don't have that prepared, it is in my spellbook.
You recognize what they do to try and figure it out.
Oh, it's
They
actually
see
not.
you play the song. They see kind of the different arcane effects in your violin, the slight color shifting, but nothing really super out of the ordinary. And when you reach the end of it, is there supposed to be like an effect or some sort of arcane?
Oh, here. Does anyone have let's see, what spell would work for this?
it
Sort
said
of a debuff effect for me. I don't think a ray of sickness would do. Like
poison. Would poison work or?
Stinking cloud.
yeah, or petrify possibly.
One moment. Mordenkainen, for one, flips a stone on there, and you see that he expands the detect magic kind of into just this all-encompassing, like, sort of cloud. And so there's just momentary pinpricks of starlight in the area. And he will make a quick gesture, and
Uh-oh.
he's going to cast the spell Hold Person on you because he's not cruel to petrify you by accident.
That's fair. I mean,
That's a good one.
And you watch as the spell kind of flares in the air, and you see the different sigils through the detect magic, and it targets you, and you kind of feel yourself kind of begin to hold and kind of freeze up momentarily before all of a sudden it just stops and just everything's fine. Just the spell automatically is just negated entirely.
That is what that one does. It's his one-time use, so don't do that on me again. But
Once a day.
yes.
Yep, once a day.
Essentially, it's a preparatory sort of
Right.
spell. Pets just got held by Mordekainen.
Are you happy, upset, don't know how you feel?
Hmm.
He immediately volunteered too.
It's fair.
That was good.
I'd like to think the other two showed some kind of restraint.
I mean, I
Maybe.
was willing.
Yeah, I know.
Anyone who really wanted to, I wouldn't mind.
Could you try something like that again? That's JRC speaking.
If you want to experience it firsthand, the feeling is kind of a little strange. If you would like it cast on yourself.
So can I only cast it once a day, or is it only the one person can have it once a day?
Sorry, what does it say specifically in the document?
Okay, the word of restoration is you cannot invoke another until you complete a long rest. Is that me or the person I put it on?
That's you.
Okay, that was the thing I was confusing.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, so you can't
Okay.
just before a combat spend all of your bardic inspiration dice to buff the entire party to make them basically debuff immune the first time.
Basically, I can't nullify all of your god tier, attacks on us, right?
You can nullify one though.
Yep. I'm gonna have to save that for Zagra in the first 10 minutes. Just saying.
It doesn't nullify critical hits.
We need
Or
adamant.
natural ones on death saves.
Do you note that I'm looking for a shielding spell at some point? Because I feel like shielding and healing are the two things that I haven't found yet, and yeah. Anyways, let's see. Honestly, so most of them they really affect your abilities, but they don't have a visible like that one was about as close to, besides the word of command. Okay. Hey, wait. Okay. I asked Ketch, could you you bring out Archimedes? Is it Archimedes?
It's Aristotle.
I was close.
But it is close. It was close.
I was close.
I
Anyways.
bring out Aristotle. Still white cat. Have not changed into Raven form yet.
Okay.
Even though I do have your picture.
Okay.
Or the flying squirrel thing.
So, I want to use the word of command on Aristotle.
Oh wait. Do I need to recast Find Familiar after the whole incident?
Yes.
Oh, well, never mind. That's not gonna work.
I mean, I have enough to recast, but it's gonna take just a second.
Does anybody else have a familiar you'd be willing to let me experiment mind control on?
Jayotzi has a familiar who is on her shoulder, and she will not let you.
That's why I asked.
That's
being
fair.
polite. I know that most of the people in this room could roast my butt. I know that. I am completely aware of the dangers to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, if you give me an hour.
No, anyways, well, okay. So, I just decide. Hmm.
Is there any less sort of critical ones you could
Oh yeah, there's tons of
try?
less critical ones. It's just those are the most exciting too.
May I throw something out there?
Yeah.
You could give word of inspiration, understanding, or motivation to one and have someone else use a spell that targets that stat on them.
Okay. I was thinking of that. I just as I said
Uh,
the other two are
any of
so.
these would apply, but I know wisdom, intelligence, and charisma tend to be targeted.
They also do understand how bardic inspiration works. Um, I mean, they are wizards, but like they've had people give bardic inspiration and know that it has a stat boost, and they wouldn't use those words, but
Yeah.
they understand the kind of general feeling and manner of how it works mechanically.
Is there a plant you could use Word of Blight on?
Is there a plant I could use the word of blight on?
There is not
Because
specifically a plant here, but however, word of blight is
Yeah, I don't want to use
it
that one. That one.
explodes on the attacker.
Yeah.
So even if there was a plant here, the plant would have to be making attacks, which
We don't want to do that.
plants
we
don't
want
do
kind of
that.
plant. They're not supposed to do that.
You know what?
They really
I am.
aren't.
I'm gonna ask who wants to be motivated.
Sure. I'll take that.
All right, so I start to play the word of motivation.
Okay.
It is when a creature uses this die of bardic inspiration to make a charisma-based ability check or saving throw, you gain a 1d4 bonus to your next ability check, attack roll, saving throw. If the creature rolls a 5 or 6 on their bardic inspiration die, they can immediately roll 1d4. I think I might have accidentally said that twice.
Nope, you didn't.
No. Okay. Anyways, so yeah.
Okay, so the way that this one works is you basically give someone a normal bardic inspiration die. However, if they spend that on something that is charisma based, you get, I believe it's a d4 thrown back to you. And if they roll a 5 or a 6 on that die, they get a d4 as well added onto it.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's just super bardic inspiration, but for only one skill. Okay, so you perform it and give the die
Yep.
to Jayertzi.
Yep.
As you're doing this, nothing in the magical, like detect magical sphere, lights up at all. Nothing. But the die of bardic inspiration is passed over to her, and you feel that the effect is lasting. She can use it.
Okay. All right. Well, so you know, as I said, most of the effects aren't visible, and I ask, did any of your magical abilities detect anything?
I can feel some of your influence, but yeah, no, it should work. Here, one moment, please. And she immediately pulls an artifact from her, and she kind of closes her eyes and kind of imprints upon it, and you see there's just kind of a faint pulse of her magic kind of connecting to it. And you gain I believe it's a d4 to your next ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, Subaki.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It worked. It was perhaps a little easier than usual, but
Mm-hmm.
it works.
All right.
I'm
So
still. See, the thing that is most curious here is just kind of the how it works. We see that it does work. I mean, we have proof here. She gestures to Dromage that your practices here are incredibly useful and functional, but what we're trying to understand is the how. There's no demonstration. There's no.
so
Forgive my wizardry, but there's no sigils, there's no circles, there's no runes, there's no manifestations. You are calling upon different ideals, but it's
Well-
the same as. It's the same as when, it is. It is a bardic talent, but
Okay, I decide this is the point where I hop off the table, go over to the big giant blackboard, whiteboard, whatever it is,
the
grab
wall of
whatever
force
the wall of force, and I start writing on it. I write the 48 characters originally.
that you
Then I write
have.
down that I have. Then I write down the words and the songs that I wrote for each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
Do you know any words for stealth or sneak by chance?
I do not. Command was the last one that I gained, and I am looking for others. I am particularly want to find the words seek. Seek is a good one. What was the other ones? I have a list of them here. Um, yeah, I want to know echo. I want something for mind, body, and soul, protection and healing. Of course, between for command or authority, I got command.
All right. So
How about? See, the thing is, I don't know if you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, so I think about when I was doing the word of command, and I'd be like, okay, I've got one more demonstration, but you all need to be prepared for this one. I'm going to do the same thing I did to myself, where I put the word of command on myself. But I want to do it the same way as I was playing that music and that song and go into that place.
okay.
Yeah.
That place is only ever in your head.
Yeah. Would I be able to project it using minor illusion?
Can you
Or
read out
maybe-
minor illusion to me?
Give me a second. Create a sound or an image of an object within range that lasts for the duration, which is 1 minute. If you create a sound or volume, so I guess maybe this one wouldn't be powerful enough.
Yeah, that seems a bit more like a major image.
I was about to say, does anybody have a way for me to project a more intense version of this spell? So that I could show them what's going on? And maybe even take them to the place with all the lights and at least show them what I'm seeing.
Yeah, we can make something of that, I believe. Right. Wait. Sorry, this is me trying to think of the spell combinations
Oh
that
yeah.
would work. Because in order to do this, Major Image would be the spell that you would need.
hmm
If it's Concentration, that's going to make it difficult.
Would someone else be able to use it to cast on me while I'm doing it?
Hang on, that's what I'm checking here. You create the...
Which spells do you need again?
Major illusion, at least,
Major
Oh, yeah,
Image.
or major
That's-
image.
That's a no from me, dog. I'm out of
Okay.
third level spells. Do you want to enlarge, reduce?
No.
Okay. The good thing is it is not... Oh, no, it is Concentration. Which means you would have to pair that with like a Detect Thoughts in order to get into Tsubaki's head to understand what she is seeing, to then project that out as a Major Image, which is also Concentration. So you would need someone who can concentrate on 2 spells, which they can't.
Or 2 people casting 2 different spells.
But
We have
then
3
one
wizards
person has to be able to read the mind, which it would be Concentration. You need someone to read the mind who can then project the spell. That has to be the same person, or at least the same point.
All right, scratch that idea. How about I take them into the place where I kept going to find Dramage? Can I do that? The way I brought Ketchin?
Astral projection?
But wasn't it different the way I did it with Ketch versus what I did with everybody else? No, wait, Ketch did astral projection, so... Well, if I'm doing it this way, how is it what I'm doing different? I'm asking you, how is what I'm doing different than what they would do?
What do you mean when you ask that question?
Okay, so they all came with me, or a couple of them came with me through astral projection, right? During that whole thing.
You've had Jayertzi once and Ketch once.
And then the assistant tried but failed.
Correct.
So, but they didn't come through the way I did. All of me went there. I went as who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I only got parts of Jaira. I got most of Ketch, I think, but I'm not sure. I don't remember quite. So, how is it that I can put myself in this place completely when these other wizards aren't able to?
Well, does anyone here have the ability to take a memory and read it after the fact, not during, by chance? Like, sort of a detect thoughts, but before.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't even have to show you. I just have to remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. I can do that, because I can show them what I found about the word of command, as well as some of what I was doing. I'm gonna be specific about the memories that they get to see.
If you let them in, they will see they will have access to it as you're going through.
I look at Ketch. I'm like, are you okay with this?
I mean, as far as the spell itself, like, if you do the spell and then think about yourself doing the spell, I don't think that would be much of a privacy concern.
Are we sure about
that? What are their reactions to this conversation all of a sudden? Like, accepting them going in mind and stuff.
We understand your hesitation, but the most that you can give us the most that you can give us, the more that you can give us is most appreciated. She would have said that in one take. I Needed 3. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I
It's okay.
understand.
Um,
Andrew, I get it. It's tough sometimes.
my brain got trapped up on the using more and most in the same sentence,
But-
and I was just like, what? Um,
I'm gonna be like, I kind of whisper to Catch, be like, this is majorly up to you, is because you know, right?
Yes, I mean, if it could like extract a specific memory, that would be best. Not, you know.
But we don't know if they're gonna poke around or not.
because
That's
you would
why I
have
was-
to willingly choose to fail the save no matter what.
That's why I was wondering if there's a way to extract a specific memory.
I promise you we will be most judicious, but
Can I make an insight check on that?
sure.
Just to be on the safe side, you know. Oh well, that's not that great. That's a 6.
She seems to be completely straightforward.
That's fair. Oh, jeez, man. Okay.
I look at Catch and I go, I'm gonna leave this decision up to you because of what I know about you.
Well, if this is going to be, what I assume, multiple days worth of tutelage, maybe we can prepare for that later down the line, or we can like think of other ways before we reach that.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Well.
Perhaps let's study how we have been so far.
Okay. So I gave him the letters, the words, the songs. I tell him I guess we'll hold off on this for a couple more days for us to
Okay.
think about it.
What was your first experience with this? How did you learn?
Well, I mean, as I said, it was the writing on the wall. Oh, wait a minute. I have the thing in my bag.
Okay.
The thing. It was wasn't it the disc?
A third of a silver disc.
Third of a silver disc, and I looked at what's her name? Jaira
Jayertzi?
Jairtzi. Yeah, I'm never gonna. I want to, but it just doesn't stick.
The 2 L's make a Y, and the T sound just isn't there represented in letters.
It's my tongue that doesn't want to do it. My tongue is like, you can't say those letters together. It just gets all twisty. Ugh. Anyways, well, I say to her, when we were helping you down at the shopping district, I saw something you had.
Shh.
Oh, wait, was I?
She did not have a silver disc or anything on her. Or get it. Anything like
What?
that.
Didn't she literally like pick something up? And
Oh yeah, she did. It was her own
Yeah.
thing. It had
I asked if I had known about the runes, and you said, yeah, they were recognizable. That was like the one thing I do remember.
yeah, to detect the spell modify memory that she was doing on him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, she
I thought you meant the thing that she went to pick up. Okay,
No.
never mind.
sorry, no, it's all good.
I thought you. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna bring out.
The second part of the silver disc did briefly have the possibility of coming up next last session, but it didn't. And so yeah, no.
Okay.
You do have the first piece though.
All right. I showed him the disc and some of the original language that I'd been copying down for myself.
Hmm.
I allow them to touch it and pass it around. And,
Okay.
So,
It's a heavy piece of metal. They do see the markings and you immediately make note of everything. Catch, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
my favorite. That is a 17, Maestro.
All right. Um, Mordenkainen is particularly like making a distinct copy of the circle, or like he draws the circle first and begins filling in the different details. You watch as he kind of has a ghostly hand kind of working alongside him, doing some of the other marking, so he can kind of work twice as fast.
Damn.
I know that anime. I know that anime.
I don't.
It's when did the realist king take over the kingdom or something like that?
Huh.
Really cool. It's a decent one.
Yeah, I was going for Mage Hand, but
Yeah.
Basically what he did.
okay, fair enough. Cool. You've seen the circle before, but there are also other patterns here as well that you do recognize.
Wrong.
In your spell book.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Desi. What was that?
There are patterns here that you recognize that he's kind of copying down from this disc.
I see. It's the same one that I have when I flip through, correct?
Yep.
Assume. Okay. What does it mean? I don't know. Can I just flip through my spellbook again real quick, see if it changed at all?
It hasn't.
On the back of the spellbook, where I have the current spell circle of the flip, how complete does it look?
You have a pretty complete drawing, at least, of the full circle.
All right. Can I understand it at all? Can I do I know what type of spell it is? What the
Yeah.
spell circle would do?
It's a high-level spell, primarily written in an unknown language to you.
I know
It-
common, giant, and orc. It's probably not either.
It's none of those.
Yeah, those aren't really spell-having big races, except maybe like giants, kind of. But...
Kinda. But no, it is written in the language that Tsubaki has notations marked on all across the Wall of Force. You see those patterns represented here in different parts of the ring, and then in other areas there are significantly more.
All right. Can I trace that circle on one of my pieces of paper? Let's do a spare piece of paper, not one from my spellbook, because I don't want to tear a page out.
Okay.
And try using that spell circle, flush some arcane magic through it.
You do not have a spell slot big enough to cast this spell.
That's fair. I didn't think
It's
I
a
did.
12th level spell.
Yeah.
Once again, I tell you, Catch, please don't touch too much of the far call because I do not know how much of it will break you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also remember the circle that Ren had been casting on the dragon guy, whatever his name is.
Okay. You spent a
And-
lot of time in front of that circle.
I did. So
Honestly,
I
that's a good thing here.
I also write that one down. I draw it and I write it down.
Okay. This one makes a lot of sense. Like, as you're working through this, and especially talking with Drawmage, having he isn't familiar with this spell, but he knows he sees what it does, and they can read the magic. They know the language it's written in.
And I said, I feel like at some point this is the translation piece between what you guys do and what I've been doing. Right here. because they
Tsubaki,
what?
could you, by chance, similar to before, perhaps bring us to the Farkal or the astral plane? Maybe not today, but at some point, could you bring us there?
I would like to. Yeah, I would like to show you guys what I've found.
All right, because I feel like that would be very informative, especially with at least what my experience of it was,
Yeah.
as far as learning this stuff. These
I do feel like you picked up a lot of things in there that maybe I wouldn't have because, as I said, I don't. I'm looking for specific things, not knowing what I'm looking for. Like I'm looking for things I recognize versus.
yes. I just feel like in there, especially with these glyphs, it might serve as a better teaching ground, if that makes sense, for
Yeah.
some of these things, because you can understand, exactly where they're coming from. It feels like sort of a source of these fruits,
Um.
of these
I lean
fields.
in. Do you want to go with me?
Wait,
Yeah,
if the
Okay.
stones
yeah,
themselves serve as a sort of source, then you can use them as essentially just their own arcane weave, their
yes.
own network.
In a way, yes, yes.
So, here. You watch as it wouldn't be Mordenkainen. It would be Dromage. It would have been Dromage who caught on to that point. You watch as he um, begins readying a spell, and you watch as his one ring that has the golden gem inset into it glows bright, and you see it kind of strain into the edges of his hand and kind of roll up and down. Um, Different sources of magic, but we can do similar results because we understand its language.
It's like a Rosetta Stone kind of situation.
I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, but sure.
Universal dimensional translator.
So if this is a language here,
Needs.
it's the key. This is what has to be interfaced when communicating with the sources inside of the gems. And so
That makes sense, yeah.
it seems as though these spells here are rather small sources that are easily extinguished versus larger ones that I don't think their full potential will ever be known truly.
Yes. Well.
So,
Back. What? What?
I was wondering, would you like to have a try of going back? Without,
mean-
the need of saving anyone?
Bind it.
I mean, I would. I would do it.
It has to be a sort of binding.
How would that work?
Usually it's a deal.
Okay.
Usually you can have some understanding with a source and an exchange, and they leave you with a way to contact them. It's a conversation,
Okay.
connecting different powers with different beings. It's an ebb and a flow, a river that runs two ways. If we could,
figure out what the source of this is,
I
like how I communicate with it, right? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you're communicating with it. I mean, you're not casting spells with it, but you are harnessing some arcane form.
Yeah.
So then
See,
Mordenkainen will jump in and be like, so we need to figure out how to actually interface with whatever creatures or whatever mind is on the inside of these gems.
I that is one of the reasons why I think going back to uh, that space would be best because I feel like that's sort of where this is coming from.
Because you said it yourself that you believe them to be alive.
I do.
So then they'll. They could.
So, so
Could they?
I have several large ones as well as small ones.
So, can we do the same thing we did with Dramage? Sorry to sound like a broken record, but I feel like
Yeah.
that's the most
Yes.
direct way to do this.
I
I'm
know.
mostly talking to them because I forget the
Oh.
exact process we used for the whole Dramage because it's been a whole like week or two, and my brain is mush.
I believe we sat in a circle. You guys held my hands. I went in the way I was, and you guys astrals projected right behind me.
And then it required you to find us in that space.
Yes. And because I recognized Ketch, I could find Ketch. But because I didn't recognize any of the others, except for Jazeera?
I gave you a ring. You could find
Yeah.
me that way.
Yes. So you may all have to give me some source to find you.
I can give you this mechanical crab.
As I said, I can find you.
All right, that's fair. I just in case you needed something.
I'm familiar with you. uh, I admit rings would be the easiest to keep track of,
Of course.
or something I can wear or hold.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, we don't want to get into this right now, do we?
But where would we be going? Because you were specifically looking for me.
Well,
So
why
we would
don't-
be floating out in the astral sea here, or what would we be looking for?
I believe
Because you'd have to
would-
find them.
Well,
I mean, I feel like step one would be find each other, and then we can sort of explore from there.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. But how about I go in, you guys come in after me, and then I come and find you?
Sure, but how do we find it? Are these stones always there present in the expanse? Can you find their minds, their forms, whatever it is, there? How would we project a stone
Okay,
there to meet us?
I'm going to tell you this right now. I can do it, and I can go there. I don't know if I can explain it. Because I just do it. I don't it starts out in a place of meditation. I fall into the gem, basically the consciousness.
How Subaki has explained it to me before as well is that it's not uh, an intellectual thing. It's a feeling, which I am still learning myself, but it is a very different type of magic of learning how to use emotion rather than knowledge.
Basically, I don't have the words to describe to you what you're seeking, because I understand you guys are all a bunch of knowledge seeking gluttons. I get it. But for me, that's not what this is about. you're thinking too hard about what I need to show tell you, but I can't tell you. You gotta feel it. That's the best way I could put it.
Mm-hmm.
I start taking out crystals.
Okay.
I put them in front of me, and I kind of put my hand over each one of them,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna ask, what do I feel for each crystal? Like,
There's
what am I feeling?
they feel like gemstones, like unpolished gemstones. There's
I'm not
no
talking about
latent
physically.
magical abilities or no energies kind of pulsing. It's just it is like holding a geode.
Okay, and now I start thinking about meditating into the stone like I'd done before,
Okay.
and then start placing my hand on each one. What do I feel?
I mean, they aren't like radiating outward or anything.
But okay, what emotional pull is taking me to this place?
More than anything, it ends up being your desire.
Okay.
You are the way it works is that you are drawing on their power to pull yourself from where you are into a space where you can try and learn and conceptualize. It's less so them bringing you somewhere and more just you finding a place to organize and kind of interact with this language around you.
Okay.
What the wizards are specifically kind of trying to ask and get at is if you can draw magic from these creatures, you have in their minds there has to be some sort of encounter with said creature. And so they're wondering if they can work with you to actually like engage the creatures or at least the minds inside of them one-on-one.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to kind of get at, but
Okay.
it might not have come through straight.
I felt like they were trying to ask me about the technical side, but the thing about it is, it's not technical. It's
Mm-hmm.
what ephemeral or whatever.
Ephemeral?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, no,
it's not something I can explain. It's something I either I do it or I don't.
they want to meet one of the creatures.
Okay.
That's what they're
Well-
getting at.
I could definitely do that. Well, I don't know about the individual crystals, but I'm not thinking this out loud. Okay.
Fair enough because I kind of stepped behind the gazes and the masks to just kind of break it down because I feel like I wasn't being clear in what they were going
it
for.
was more like I wasn't figuring out what you were trying to say to me.
Mhm. And they would be a little bit more eloquent than I am, and so I feel like there would be more of an understanding in a room where everyone was sitting down than over Discord calls. So I felt like it would be
But at
helpful.
the same time, I also feel like with Tsubaki, she's like, look, you guys are a bunch of brain techno junkies. I don't even know, but like, it's like trying to describe a rainbow and how the colors line up
Mhm.
versus what the colors make you feel.
right.
To Tsubaki, Tsubaki would understand what the colors make her feel. She may not always understand why they line up the way they do.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Man, I'm sorry.
Jake,
I just
what?
realized something unrelated.
Oh, all right. So can that like be? Do we have any more for tonight, or is this a good stopping point to pick it up later?
We're basically getting to a point where this is rounding down. If you do decide to kind of do a jump in or anything, that would be a next time thing.
Okay.
But yeah, their general idea is you seem to indicate that it is possible to directly talk to these creatures. inside the gems, or at least to meet them or to interface with them in this space, and that's what they want to try and do.
Okay.
Which, to be fair, you have done, but that would be compromising.
Yes, I know. And as I said, I'm really trying not to give Catch away, but it's not easy.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they read my mind, I'll give them away. And I don't know how much you want to tell them.
Ketch doesn't even know
Character-wise.
that.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay, well, yeah,
Like,
I
as
did.
of right now, Ketch doesn't know about the entity
Yeah,
that you conversed with. Right
and
now,
it's like,
Ketch thinks you're being coy because you don't want to tell about his secret with the gem in the neck, which Ketch appreciates.
it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Because you don't know about the thing and the place and the stuff, and it's like,
Which is why Ketch was trying to do the whole thing like,
I
maybe you can do a
also-
specific memory. And this.
I also I do want to say something to Mordecai. I'd be like, I think you're the guy I need to go to. I am looking to hook my dimensional space up, and I seem to think you're the one I need to talk to because of all this. I'd be like, would you be able to help me to get my tiny hut in order?
Oh.
Magically?
Oh, that's great.
I've worked with that spells guy, that spells creator. I do have that in a page here. I can help. I'd be happy to work with you on stuff like that.
Personally, I'd rather find out how to organize that magnificent mansion.
It's a bit,
Well,
a little bit more than a tiny hut, but it's a good place to start.
I
They actually
feel like
work on the
tiny
same
hut
routes.
is where I want to go because Spocky's not complicated. She's just difficult.
Mhm.
All she needs is a tiny hut.
I also as sitting here like at some point I'm gonna have to go find my freaking stuff
Mhm.
because I want my stuff to be my tiny hut so I never have to go look for it again.
Mhm.
Honestly, right now, Ketch also has some requests after, doing this whole deliberation.
Don't think I'm not
spells
going to
he would
ask
like.
for a reward at some point. I feel like I definitely need to be rewarded for a lot of things right now. But I'm being
Are you
nice.
specifically saying this to them, or?
No.
No.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a topic later, like, oh, hey, since we did this for you, Ketch would be like, hey, can I, like, maybe
Get a
these
bag of
spell
diamonds.
scrolls? Yeah, maybe some diamonds, like some spell scrolls, specifically for, Zace, like 3, necklaces and or rings of reducement. That way, even if we get a 50-foot tall Tarrasque with all 3, we can get her down to a good 8 feet.
Mhm. Speaking of which, on the whole note of the detect thoughts and major image catch, they would be willing to let you kind of copy into their spells out of your notes so that you would be on the same page as them and have that.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Ooh,
So
sweet,
can I
yeah.
add those?
So go
I
ahead
would
and
also like to have a private discussion with Ketch about what I saw in his head at some point.
I would also like a private discussion with you for completely different reasons.
I mean,
Alright.
if it's the two of you wanting to have a private discussion with one another, I'm willing to say that we can kind of have an unofficial end of the session here.
Okay.
And then if you wanted to just do that, like, immediately after, and it would just be on the same bit, we're good. But I do know that Star also wants to kind of, or it needs to
Yeah.
kind of jump out. So,
That's fine.
Yep.
yeah.
What was the other one besides major image?
Detect thoughts.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I am of level for those things.
Because technically speaking, you can cast 2 concentration spells at the same time. But that would also
That's
be
fair.
compromising.
That is also fair. While I'm at it, can I get that detect magic just while
Sure.
we're like in the guise of like learning.
Yeah, no, this is kind of like a group study session. You
Yeah.
can share and copy off of each other's notes.
In that case, just for fairness, so it doesn't feel like I'm just being gifted these things.
I just
Ketch
gave them an
would.
entire language, so I'm just saying. I feel
Well,
like
yeah,
I've more
yeah,
than
but
paid for anything you get.
Ketch also wants to feel like
Contribute.
a little bit give and take. This is like colleagues. Like Ketch doesn't want to cheat off other people's work. Ketch wants to
Collaboration of minds.
Do they know Eyes of Ren? I'll ask. Like,
That's a custom spell that like one person knows.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to like tell them about that and see if they're interested in let them.
That's
copy
gonna
off
that's
that.
gonna proc a whole other chapter of discussions.
Yeah, that I mean, I'm cool with that discussion because that's part of the spell book that was found, and I already mentioned with Ren and everything.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be a next time thing.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Because that is in depth, and they are going to have questions, especially given Rin and the Andromeda having fought him and having nearly killed him.
Yeah. What about then Chaos Bolt for wizards?
They have Chaos Bolt.
Really? It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a wizard spell normally. Dang. Okay, cool. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that from a druid.
Nice. But yeah, no. They have access to most spells.
Yeah.
It's the boutique ones that are really the incredibly interesting ones, because Eyes of Rin and Divine Lance are two spells that Rin invented, and they do incorporate elements of the Farcall into it.
Yes. I mean,
Both of them
literally
do.
one of the components is a gem.
Shard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also with Chaos Bolt, like in this setting, is it like is it just like a druid, sorcerer, wizard, or?
No, it does not specifically belong to wizards as a class. Like, anyone can technically learn the spell if they can connect to the right source.
Oh, is that true with like any spell?
Technically, yes. However, your source is limiting you to arcane.
Okay.
So wizard.
enough.
Theirs
So-
do not limit them.
So
Because,
should I be able to know Chaos Bolt then?
yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you learn the arcane combinations, so you can perform it.
Okay, makes sense. I just
Yeah.
wanted to-
Like,
Okay, cool.
you have to learn Chaos Bolt. They do not have to learn it. They can access it.
Yes.
Because their sources are what everyone basically considers magic. Like, they are tied to the fundamentals of magic. When people cast magic, they are communing, even for a brief moment, with dragons. They are connected
Oh.
directly to them.
Are we
These
ever
three
gonna have, like,
specifically,
a-
or all of them?
There are 8 primary sources.
Damn. Nice.
Hence,
Are we?
ergo, circle of 8.
Yeah.
I...
Each one
we
connected
ever-
to another. To one.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
7 fingers around the tower, and the tower itself. That doesn't mean much to most of you, but I know it does for some.
Jacob. Mostly.
It cut out, but I know what you mean.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. 7 shattered fingers.
I swear I've heard that reference. I just don't know what it means.
It was the finale to the last campaign I ran.
Yeah.
Oh.
They nearly broke open one of these sources' prisons.
Ooh. Bad guys. Bad. Not good.
Oh, it's a complicated story as to how that got the way it is, but we'll get to it.
It's so complicated.
Aren't all the best stories complicated?
Fair enough.
Hey, is that the end of this session?
Um, I'm willing to call it there, but if you and if Ketch and Subaki want to basically call off this in-game session for the day and kind of go back to your quarters and work through some things and end up having a conversation, I'm willing to kind of be here for that to help facilitate it. But if you need to jump off, I completely get it, and now would probably be the time.
I mean, right now I'm cool with whatever because I don't have school tomorrow because holiday.
Yeah. So,
I'm just trying to be respectful for Star because I was saying
yeah,
we would be trying to finish up soon, and
Worst comes to worst, I think what me and Desi
It's been 25 minutes.
yeah,
Might probably
it's been
do-
longer than I expected.
Yeah. What me and Desi might do is just like do a Discord call or just a regular call later. That way it's a little bit of a mystery to Andrew as well.
Well, I'd like to at least hear.
Oh no, it's fine.
we could
How
always...
are we? Okay, Subaki. How are we gonna explode this place?
Hey, I am an impartial third person who just tries to facilitate how this everything works out.
Yeah.
If you want to plant bombs throughout this entire establishment and erupt them, killing everybody, you are more than welcome to. I will try and help figure out how you make that happen.
Okay, so I have this
recommend
level
glyph
12
hoarding.
spell. Yeah, they just keep giving me a 500 gold diamond per day, and I just keep planning glyphs of warding throughout the castle or throughout the palace.
Okay. Yeah. Not quite that far, but
Oh yeah, I think I'm done for the day. I'm getting kind of sleepy, but you know.
Okay.
It's
No,
chill.
I'm
it's
gonna
cool.
head off soon.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, good session all. I hope you all have a great day.
Good session.
Yep. I'll see you
Talk
guys
to you
next week
later.
then. Talk to you later.
Have a good night, everybody.
See ya.